Okay, I think I'm ready. I feel very underprepared today. Um, I've spent most of the day playing this actually. Very good it is indeed. Um, Playing that and itching a lot as well. The hives have flared up quite badly today, which is I don't know if you can see it on the camera actually, but my head has been really red today, and I've had the itchy chest again. So it's not been pleasant. Is it good? Yeah, it's very good. It's probably the prettiest game I've seen yet on the PS5. It's really nicely done. Um, Guys, is it that bad? Yeah, it's really bad. Yeah, I think I've probably got because I've been itching my scalp quite a lot as well. So I because part of the reaction is dermatographia, where basically if you scratch, then it rises up and you get bumps. So I can actually write shit on myself, and so that's what I've been playing. Horizon Forbidden West on the PS5. Very good, very good game. I would like to have played it a little bit more than I had today, but I will play it a bit more tomorrow anyway. But yeah, I really enjoyed it so far. It's gorgeous. The game is the people behind that. I think it's a Dutch company, isn't it? Is it Guerrilla Games? Uh, yeah, Guerrilla Games. I think they're a Dutch company, but my God, their artists and their shader engineers are absolutely incredible. The work they've done on that game to make it look the way it does is just a testament to just how good the kind of technology is now, and how good the artists are. It's going to be really exciting actually to see in the next 5 years what kind of stuff this console generation brings out. Because it happens every console generation. A new console generation comes out. The game developers writing the cutting edge games suddenly have new technology at their disposal, because they don't write for PC, they write for console. PC is an afterthought for most games anyway. But their primary target is getting it running on the console. So when the console gets all the new technology, suddenly they all start, all the PC games start getting it as well. But then PC does the same stuff, but better, higher frame rate. Like if you put this in 4K mode, it definitely runs at only about 30 frames a second. So I have to run it in frame rate mode because I can't stand playing games at that frame rate. Did they use a well-known engine? I'm not sure actually. I'm guessing they're using their own because it does seem very different to anything else that I've seen before. But I don't know. Maybe they're using their own thing. You like the historical lore type? Yeah, it is kind of cool, isn't it? I only played about half of the first one, so I didn't get the whole entire story, but I kind of get. I mean, the recap is kind of good in this one, so you get an idea of everything anyway. So, anyway, yeah. So that's what I've been kind of messing around with today. It's been pretty cool, to be honest. I like I say, itching a lot, lathering myself with freaking E5 cream and downing antihistamines like they're toffees. I realised as well, I've been taking Piriton at night time, and Piriton is a drowsy antihistamine, which you're not supposed to take with alcohol. Luckily, I ran out at the beginning of the week. So when I started drinking alcohol at the beginning of this week, I wasn't on those antihistamines. So I'm going to make sure that I don't take them on the days that I'm drinking, because it could be quite bad otherwise. I could end up knocking myself out and not having a good time. So I'll avoid that. They use the in-house Decimate engine from the dev documents. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, it definitely does feel like something custom. The detail, the foliage detail is insane. The foliage detail is really good. Like one of the things that I always check in a game is how do they do grass? How does grass look? Because we went from grass being just flat plains with a grass texture on to being flat plains with a grass texture on with a few billboard sprites on to try and make it look like there was something sticking up out of the ground, to better and better billboard sprites, to shaders that did the grass. This game it just looks incredible. I don't know what they're doing. I'm guessing it's some kind of geometry shader or something. I'm not sure, but it looks really nice. You played Sites? Yeah, Satisfactory is really addictive. Yeah, Satisfactory is awesome. I need to play more of that actually. Problem is with Satisfactory is once I start playing it, I I I do nothing else. I play that and then 12 hours later I realise it's the morning. I've missed the entire night. I haven't slept, haven't eaten, I've barely moved, but I have a nice new coal power plant and kind of in its own little location. Yeah, it's stupid. That game sucks my life away. So, right, okay, so we're going to do Cecconoid tonight. As I said, this is going to be the focus for the majority of the first portion of this year. I'm not sure how long we're going to continue it as the primary thing. Certainly, at least as points to you all. Certainly, at least until the game is, I would say, 90%, 95% done. Maybe when we're just down to kind of polish and testing, I'll start doing something else. With probably Mega 65 being the next thing I do. I might slot a couple of tutorial kind of streams in here and there just to break things up a little bit, but I won't be picking up any big projects or anything until this is almost done. Also, as well, I've done I started today was the first time I started doing YouTube uploads as well since November last year. So in between kind of playing Horizon and itching my scalp all day. And as soon as I say that, I feel the itch. I've been basically kind of processing Cecconoid videos. So there are 6 new Cecconoid videos in the Google Drive, hence the new subscription Patreon kind of message on Patreon and the subscription channel today. If you're not subscribed and you do want early access to the Cecconoid videos, do subscribe to either me on here or on Patreon and link it to Discord, and you'll get a link to the Google Drive. It changes every 3 months, give or take a couple of weeks, just to ensure that people don't subscribe once and then get lifetime access to it. It's a case of if you want continued access, you have to subscribe every couple of months at least, or be gifted a sub by Warlock. Thank you very much for the gift subs, Warlock, to Price 7, Mythical Duck, Papa Demos, Judge Dave, and Wardrobe UK. Cheers. I'm drinking my Coke first before I drink the wine. I'll explain what I'm drinking in a minute after I've gone through this. So yeah, they're on Google Drive now. I think it's up to episode 49 at the moment. And then I've also prepared them on YouTube. So they're all scheduled to go live on YouTube like 2 or 3 days apart. So between now and the beginning of March, I think the 1st of March, they'll start appearing on YouTube. And I'm going to continue that until I catch all the way up to Cecconoid. I'll start the quiz in a second. So they will, I think this is episode 60. So once I get to episode 60 in Google Drive, at that point, I will try and keep the Google Drive basically a couple of days behind the streams and YouTube 2 weeks behind the streams, so that you do get a bit of priority kind of access through Google Drive. Saying that, you do get access through the videos on Twitch as well, but there isn't an easy way to God damn you. I'm gonna make a different listen noise for you. Everybody else is gonna get that noise and you're gonna get something completely different. I think it'd be quite easy to do. I don't know what it would be though. Sad trombone or something. Wah, wah, wah. Likewise, at the same time, I'm going to be doing the Mega 65 stream videos. There's about 40 streams of Mega 65 stuff, of which only 16 or 17 have been uploaded. So I am going to continue to upload them to Google Drive. They won't go onto YouTube straight away. They're going to go onto Google Drive first, just until I get Cecconoid in order. once I'm caught up with Cecconoid, I'll figure out how I'm going to do the release of the Mega Drive stuff to Mac Power on Ding. That would be kind of fun. Yeah, Andy's taking a look at that. Maybe once I'm finished with Cecconoid as well, we can maybe do a quick kind of couple of streams on that, just to get that out as well. But yeah, this year I kind of want to be the year of kind of getting things done rather than doing lots of things but not completing them. So that's my main focus this year, is getting these things done. All right, let me start the races for you all. And I'll explain what I'm drinking tonight. So I've got a little bit of this Rioja left from Tuesday, so I'm going to finish that first. I've got probably about one glass left of it. I was going to make a bolognese this week and use the wine for that, but I didn't get around to doing it. I ended up making the beef and black bean sauce instead. So, which was delicious, by the way. Super easy to make as well. If you've never made that before, definitely look into it. It's a super easy meal to make, and you can make it taste way better than the Chinese takeaway make it. And it's fairly cheap and it's fairly quick. It takes about 20 minutes to cook if you got everything ready and that. Very nice. Anyway, should do a stream on cooking shit one day, because I do like cooking. Not very good at it, but I'm all right. I just I don't like following recipes. I'll read a recipe once and then I'll get a feel for kind of what goes into it, and then I will just kind of do my own thing with it, which I guess is what cooking's about, right? If all you're doing is following recipes all the time, you're not really cooking, are you? You're just following recipes. I guess it's the skill in being able to execute the recipe, but to me, cooking's a bit more than that. Cooking's about kind of experimenting as well, and trying things and trying to work out what goes well with other things. Anyway, that's not what this stream's about. So, okay, so I'm drinking that Rioja first, and then I've got a bottle of Merlot Malbec. So it's just some cheap barefoot Malbec. You've probably seen this in your local off license. Not bad, actually. Not a bad brand. Fairly decent for the price. I mean, it's like, it's about £7 a bottle or something like that. It's not expensive. Okay, so what we're going to do tonight, we're going to carry on where we left off, of course. So I need to flash this on screen every couple of minutes, just to get the brightness of my screen up, because apparently, yeah, I've done curried haddock before now. That would be nice. I do like a bit of curried fish if it's done right. If it's nice big chunks of fish, it's nice. Or even better if you do it with battered chunks as well. So you get chunks and then batter them and then curry them. That's nice as well. Sweet and sour is nice like that as well. In fact, that's how most sweet and sour comes in Chinese restaurants, and in battered pieces. But yeah, experiment away. The craziest thing I've ever cooked was python, curried python. That was very nice, and it was so intriguing to the people I was cooking for at the time that even 2 vegetarians tried it, which is unusual, right? They just wanted they wanted to know what it tasted. They didn't have a lot, but they tried. They tried a little bit just to see what it tasted like. Right. Okay. Okay, so when we left off last time, we were doing this 8-hand table. I think I briefly explained how this 8-hand table works. Basically, we're taking an X and a Y position, and we're imagining if we drew a line to the center of a circle from that position, what is the angle around that circle? That's what 8-hand-2 is basically doing. So that gives us that angle. Then we can use that angle to work out an X and a Y that sits on the edge of the circle. Rather than just somewhere along that line, we can do what's called normalizing it, where we basically make the length of that line that's drawn from the point to the center of the circle to our object the same length. By making it the same length, when you draw it, you draw an actual circle. So it's called normalizing. normally a normalize is normalized to a length of 1, which actually is what this is doing. Taking a sine and a cosine of that angle gives us an x and a y, where the length of the diagonal line that's represented by the x and the y, the other two sides of the triangle, has a length of 1. And that's why we times it by the aim radius to give us a length of what we want. Made sausage curry once and only once. Currywurst. I wouldn't make sausage curry, but I would definitely make curry sauce and have it with German sausages, because that is freaking delicious. So German sausages, currywurst, maybe a little bit of smart ketchup and chips. Very good. Complete junk food, but delicious. It was 90% fat by the end. Yeah, sausages are funny because you've got to cook them a little bit first, and then you've got to kind of slow, almost boil them in the sauce, like in an oven or something. You can't really pan fry a curry like with that. You have to make it like a casserole, sausage casserole. You do by cooking them first, putting them in the oven. You don't. Student sausage. Oh, so they were like, 90% fat, 10% breadcrumbs, 0.0001% pork. Yeah. Okay. So we basically have everything we need in this table in order to do this function. What we do need is we need a sprite. So we could just make a sprite and import it. Actually, let's do that. I was going to do it with code, but let's do it like that. It's perfectly fine. So we're going to make a sprite. It's going to be very, very simple. The sprite is the aim turret. We need 2 sprites here. We need one for the aim and one for the shoot. So we'll make 2 in here. The sprites are not multicolor. They're normal. We'll make the background black. We'll make the sprites white. And the sprites are super, super simple. This is the aim. That's all it needs to be. Actually, I'm not sure what the shooting is. I think it might actually be the same. It might only need 1. Let me find a video of it being played. Make sure desktop audio is off. Turn that off. Here we go. So keep your eye on that. There we go. It is. Oh, it's just a square. It's a little square. Yeah, it's a little square and it flashes. So it's just going to be. Same again. Turn that off, and it's just going to be something like that. So it seems like a bit of a waste doing it like this, but I mean, we still need to store them in memory in order to draw them like this. So we have to kind of do it like this. It's going to be stored on the cartridge inline anyway, so it really doesn't matter. We've got room for it. So save project. Let's put this in sprites. This is this is where that assets folder has been used, but we're not going to do that. We're going to put it in here instead. So yeah, we do need to move things around. So this is aim turrets, sprites, and then we're going to export those as binaries. Export sprite set. There we go. And that goes into bin. And you can see in here we just need to call it basically the same thing. Aim turret tame turrets underscore sprites.bin. And there we go. We save. Okay, so that's now saved in our bin folder. So now we can import that into here. What German sausages in the UK? I mean, I guess there's like 2 or 3 that are fairly common here that we would class as German sausages. So Frankfurters, obviously. Brockverst as well, probably. Bratwurst, actually. Bratwurst, Brockwurst, and Frankfurters. They're the three I can think of. But I'm sure there's more as well. And I couldn't even tell you what the difference is between those. As far as I know, they probably might be the same. So, we have my favourite British sausage is the Cumberland sausage. Cannot beat a good Cumberland sausage. No, not the same. I didn't think they were. I think isn't Bratwurst like quite a pale looking thing? Frankfurters are the kind of boiled. Was it beef and pork mix? I think something like that. I can never remember what bratwurst. I struggle, to be honest. I could struggle to tell you what any. You have far too many of them, so. We have a good hot dog place near work called Herman's German, and they do German style hot dogs and currywurst in there, and it's really good. It's a good place actually, and nice beers as well. You get a good German beers in there. I don't know why that's on its own line. Right, okay. So let's import that data in. So now we're importing binary that we want to use in line in the VIC. So this definitely does need aligning. We have to align this to the closest boundary of sprites, which is at 64 bytes each time. Sounds a bit racist. The name does make me cringe a little bit, but it is. I think it's owned by a German anyway. I think it's like deliberately like that. It's not. Actually, I'm gonna have a look it up now. Might be a chain. I don't know if it is a chain or not, or if it's just one. Yeah, it is a small chain. Yeah. Oh, they're closing though. Oh, damn it! Closing their entire London outfits. Oh yeah, Snitchel as well. They did. Oh, damn, that's a shame. It was a nice place as well. Yeah, close. Had to close due to COVID. Ah, damn it, COVID. Oh yeah, you could get sauerkraut with it as well. I always turned my nose up at sauerkraut until I tried it, and then I tried it and I was like, okay, yeah, I actually like that. Fair enough. It's like boiled cabbage or something, but I can't remember exactly what's in that. Set bin, aim, turrets, stop bin. Right, okay. So we're loading some sprites in here. Now, we do have a special routine to do something with these, if I remember rightly. Got to find out where the hell that is though now. Where were we using? RoboPrize had one, didn't it? Okay, so I think what we do is we put oh, there we go, start sprite area. Oh, that automatically does the align for us, so let's do that. Let's keep the consistency here. And then this is just call it aim tourist sprite and we'll find it. Phew, not Brexit. It did say Brexit as well, so okay. But there is a routine, I believe, to actually grab the sprite. I can't remember what it is, the sprite number, but shall have a look, see if we can find it in here. There you go, get sprite pointer. So it is. Okay, so in that case, we can go and add these as constants up here. So let's add let's call it aim sprite. And this is do +00 because we've got more than one sprite here. and call this bullet sprite. Okay, so now we've got 2 sprites being pointed to by this, so we can start to actually add these in. So what we need to do is on an update, we're going to do 2 things. We're going to cycle through the sprites in order, through the turrets in order. So we're not going to update every single one immediately. We're going to do it one at a time. This gives us a couple of advantages. One, it's going to, well, I guess the main advantage is that is performance. Yeah, in fact, that's the only advantage. That's the main reason we're doing it. So we're going to add another variable in here. We're going to call this update next. And we're going to make sure that this is reset as well. So when the main thing resets, we're going to reset update next. And so the idea is update next. Whenever we go to do an update, this is the value. This is the turret that we're going to update. We update it for that frame. We increment this value. If it's higher than next, we reset it back to 0 again. And then the next frame, the next one updates. Because these turrets are not moving, it's a snap animation. There's no tween from where it was to where it's going. It's just immediately points to where it's going to. So it doesn't matter if it's updates once a frame or once every 8 frames. It will still move at the same rate. It'll still track the player. It's just that the update will happen less frequently if there's more turrets. So that means in here we can start changing this routine now. So the moment this routine is doing this through a loop, and instead what we can do is we can grab the value from data, update next. Now, what I would say is we will, if the this is fine. Okay, so if it's active, we jump to skip. Otherwise, we check remove. If we jump to skip, then what do we need to do? We don't need to do anything. We just need to increment data update next. Actually, we can do it here. Yeah, compare Y to data next. Okay, so what this is doing is instead of doing the big loop like we were doing before, we're just going to do one thing here. So let's put a note in here, process next turrets update, which is what this is doing here. Otherwise, we move on to the next turret. So we do that by just incrementing the Y value, which is our update next. And we just check that it hasn't reached the maximum value. If it has, we reset it back to 0, we store it, and we return. Nice and easy. You missed the backgrounds. Yeah, I need to figure a decent way of doing that. I can't really fit a green screen behind me. And I kind of don't want to fit a green screen behind me now. I've got the room in a nice way. So it may be that I do it through the desktop stuff on here. So the OS desktop looks like that, but I'm not sure how often I'm going to be doing that. How often you're going to see that, so I don't know how useful that would be either. I do want to put them back in, but I'm not sure how to do it and do it in a way that's going to work well. I missed the follow. Thank you for the follow, Pyglut. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Cheers. Add it to the score rotation. Oh, I mean like have a background on the third, like have a third screen with a background on. It's not a bad idea actually. Oh, you're so trigger happy with the listen. It's funny. Okay. Why is that? Oh. Okay. All right. All right, cool. So now we're only processing one turret at a time. So what this also means that what's going to happen is the turrets are not going to show themselves as destroyed. They're not going to leave behind the debris until a few frames after they've been destroyed. But it should still be like I mean, even with 10 on the screen, it would be 1/5 of a second. So 200 milliseconds, and then the thing would appear. So it's not going to be terrible. It's not like it's going to still be on the screen and shooting, because it will have been destroyed as well at that point. So it should be okay, I think, this update. So hello. Have you come to say hello? Say hello on the camera to everyone. Say hello. She's being sleepy. She smells of meat as well. What have you been eating? Or did you just fart on me? Dirty cat. I think she did. Oh, that's gross. Good to have the best channel. Oh, thank you, Mad Beagle. Yeah, Drew's on that. Oi, Andy. Right, ban Andy. Okay, right. So we've got the sprite binaries imported. We've got the update working in a different way. Check remove. So this is going to do something if we need to remove. So if we do need to remove, then we shouldn't do an update. So check remove should also maybe set the flag here. So pass indexing Y, and we'll return carry set if let's return carry clear if object removed. So what that means is the carry flag is going to represent whether or not the item is there. So if the carry is clear, then the object is clear. If the carry is set, then the object is still set. Hey, Goblin Prince, how's it going? Not bad, thank you. How are you? Oh, my itching is still really bad. So we're going to play a little bit of Jackbox at the end of the night, around about 1 a.m. I think. We'll play for about an hour. I would do longer, but I like I said, I've had a bit of a rough day with the itching and stuff, and didn't sleep very well last night, so probably won't be more than an hour. But it's good to kind of be back on a Saturday, and good to get back into the swing of things. So we'll hopefully see more and more of this as we go on. Okay, so if the value is 0, we come to here. So otherwise, we need to set the carry flag here, which means on this one, we need to clear the carry flag. Right, so now the carry flag is being set according to what's happening in here. So if the carry is clear, that means we have actually removed the item and we can skip because that item no longer exists. So this is remove turret. Oh, shit. And now we want to aim turret. So aim the turret. There we go. Right. So we're going to jump to aim the turret. Make it nice and simple. I'll make it lowercase so it matches. There we go. And now we're going to put some logic in here for this. Okay. So I think the human race can be summed up thusly. 37 people are watching this while my wife informs me on TikTok. 25,000 people are watching a guy rub lotion onto a microphone covered in cellophane. Yeah. Oh, man. Stop telling people that. Or else we'll have nobody watching this. Hey, old school coder, how's it going? You got me on in the background while you watch a man rub stuff into cellophane microphones. Okay, let's just bring that window up because it's gone dark again. There we go. Right. So to aim the turret, what do we need to do? Okay, so we need to know the angle between the turret and the player. Specifically, what we want to know is, if we look at the map, we want to know what the angle is between the center of the turret, or it seems like what we want to know is the angle between the center of a turret. Let's just find a turret. There we go. it seems like what we want is the angle between the center of the turret and the center of the player. But actually, it doesn't really matter if it's the center or not, because if you imagine this is the player here, this spike, and we draw a line from the center here to the center of this, it's exactly the same length and angle as if we drew a line from the top left to the top left. So it really doesn't matter where we measure from. So we don't need to figure out, exactly where this center of the object is. We just need to know where the top left of the object is. So that's really easy for us to do with the sprite. And in fact, probably the easiest way for us to do this with the player sprite is to have it pre-calculated, which it may already be doing. So we just need to go and have a quick look at the player code to see if that is being done already. It's a very good chance it may be being done and being stored in the 0 page somewhere. Player center. Okay, we have center X and center Y, but ideally what we want is top left or player X and player Y, not center X and center Y. So let's just go and have a look where these are created. It could be that we can store the value somewhere else. So we need the center X and the center Y for other things because of proximity. We do a proximity test for mines, and that needs to be from the center to the center, I believe. Actually, it probably doesn't, but it is used for. Oh no, it does because it depends which side you're on then. So no, that's not true either. Okay, let's have a look, because it may be that we're doing something with center X and center Y that we don't need to. So let's find out where we're storing that. Oh, we're doing particle. Oh yeah, we are doing some stuff. Okay, so we can't do it there. We're doing particle spawning from it. But what we can do is we can use the same methods to grab not just the center but the top left as well. So let's create some new values in here. Let's call it top left X and top left Y. Actually, I'm going to call this top left. Otherwise, I'll get confused. Okay, let's have a look. So we're taking so char distance calcs actually it's not needed for, but it is needed for the particle effect. So that is kind of correct. Thank you, Dale, for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Happy Saturday. I'm almost out of wine, so I think I'm going to open the Malbec. I think I've just managed to work out user-defined character sets on x65. Yeah, so if you put 16-bit char mode in, then you can just basically point to anywhere in memory and it will just read character sets from wherever you point it to. You don't have to worry about with banks and stuff like that, which is nice. Okay, so we're taking the X position. We are rolling that to the right, shifting it to the right, rolling that to the right, adding 8. This is to get the center, isn't it? Okay, this is not ideal, actually. This is... Yeah, this is not perfect, is it? But see, player center X and player center Y would be this top left and top left X and Y plus 1. They would just be those plus 1. I think we don't need to do anything. I think these values can be used as they are. Let's just do some tests. Let's get rid of the 0 page things that I just put in. I don't think we need these. I'll just comment them out in case we do. But what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to put a little play center Y. Okay, this is drawing it to the screen. Let me try taking some numbers. Let me draw some numbers to the screen instead. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take player center X. I'm going to add is it that one? I think. Yeah. I'm going to add 224. Is that? I believe. No, 208 D0. Add D0 to it. And where we're going to store that, let's store that. So let me just load the game up so I can see where's a good place to store it. Okay, so we'll store it 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's store it 6. Screen RAM plus 6. So what I'm trying to do here is just work out exactly where this X and Y is pointing to. Now, this isn't going to work for values less than 10 because otherwise it's going to roll over into an area of the character set that isn't actually numerical. But it should be enough for me to determine whether or not we're actually in the right place or not. So what we're looking at is if I was to come up to here, for instance, on this corner, I would expect my X to be 0, 1, 2, kind of 3 for the middle. So that's what I'm kind of expecting to see as an X, and then 4 as the Y. So I'd see 3, 4 in this case. But we shall see. It might not do. But if it does, that's good, because that means we can use that value to work out the top left corner as well, which actually makes things a lot simple. Okay, so actually we've got 2 and 4, interestingly. Well, the 4 is correct, but the 2 is the left position. 0, 1, 2. Okay, so it's not quite exactly right. Thank you, Unaridge, for the resub. Appreciate it as ever. Cheers. 14 months on an 11-month streak as well. Wow. Okay, that's Vic Bank's place for Villa. I despite that. Okay, that's interesting. I think this is it wasn't doing exactly what I thought it was doing. But that's all right. That's all right. I think we can work with that. Oh, why did that? Oh, it was the doors. That's fine. Cheers to Nicomo for the bits as well. Cheers, my man. Oh, that wine's not that easy to drink, to be honest, after that delicious Rioja. I've been singing the praises of that wine, and it's not as nice, if I'm honest. Yeah, I think, interestingly, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it's doing Y plus 1, but X plus 0. That's kind of frustrating, but let's put a note into here to say that. So this seems to be left side of player. It's going to be char X plus 0. So char Y plus 1. Why that is the case, I do not know. I am not going to argue with it. It's enough for us to be able to do this, and it means we don't have to recalculate it anyway. Just going to do a few more tests around those values to make sure there's nothing weird going on. Like if I face that way, does it change? No, it's kind of right, I guess. Okay, fine. The look on your face when drinking that wine, yeah, it's not. I was singing its praises, but it's actually I'm struggling to drink that. Put a capital X for fuck's sake. What are you on about? What are you on about? Oh yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. No points for that though. Only because you swore. Not that. Okay. Oh god, yeah, that's not great. I might have to switch. I might have to switch. I don't think I can drink that. So I think when I take a break, I'll go and get some vodka. I've got some vodka in the freezer, even. No, I'm not going to give AMK points for comments anymore. It's so funny. Yeah, it's not. I said at the beginning it wasn't a bad brand, and normally it isn't that bad, but actually, it's. I'm struggling with that. Really, I'm struggling with that. But I think it's because my first glass was a glass of very good quality, corked, cork in the bottle Rioja, Grand Reserva Rioja, and then I'm drinking what's essentially a kind of mass produced. Um, yeah, so I was just that was my first glass, and my second glass was Malbec, Barefoot Malbec, which is obviously kind of a much bigger produce. But this way, they don't put a year on the bottle, so that's how you know it's not going to be great. They give you some pairing suggestions, which is good. Wines don't often give you pairing but suggestions. Goes great with barbecued steak, spicy pulled pork, or pizza. They know their market. They know their market. Anyway, I think I will be. I think I'll keep that for cooking. That one. Parent suggestions a bottle of wine before this one. I will be switching out to vodka. I think I'm not going to drink more of that. Okay, right. So we know what these values are now, so we can use these. I mean, they're very misleading because it's not kind of center X. It's kind of player left X, if anything. Actually, let's just put that label in above it, so we can still use the original label. We can also ask for player left X, and it will produce the same thing. Which not put byte in. Sorry, there we go. Okay, right. So in that case, what do we need to do? Right, we need to take that value. We need to take our turret value. So we've got a value in Y, which is our turret value, our turret index. Oops, I just jumped to the wrong thing. There we go. And up here we have the X position and Y position of that turret, which is also the top left, right? So we have these two values. So what do we need to do? Well, we need to take the value of the turret position. So actually, we need to take the value of the player first. So player left X. And I'll write in here, this is char X plus 0. Yep. Could it be that he's modified somehow but was centered before race condition? Never cook with wine you wouldn't drink. No, I disagree with that. I think that's exactly what you should be doing with wine. If you wouldn't drink the wine, fuck it, use it to cook with. I'm not a Michelin star chef. I don't need to use $40 wine to cook with. Heck, you can go in supermarkets. You can buy cooking wine. It's like the alcohol reduced wine. I mean, that is fucking god awful. But if you won't drink it, don't buy it. Well, I won't again. I bought this thinking I would drink it. I'm sure I've had this before. Maybe it wasn't Malbec I had before though. Maybe it was something else. But I've definitely had Barefoot before, and it was all right. Could it be that it's modified somehow but it was centered before? Yeah, possibly. I have a feeling that it was centered, and we did some work with the particles. I think it's the particles that have thrown it out. Oh my god, reduced sugar beans are disgusting. Yeah, I agree. They're not right at all. They taste anemic. They taste like I don't know, like they're severely lacking in something. So you could get in trouble if you change code later. I could, but if I change the code, then the particles are also going to break as well. So this is why I don't want to touch any variables like that. I'm not going to change. There is no other place where that is being stored. So if we look through for player center X, you can see it's stored here. That's the only place it's ever stored. So it's just this one position that it's created. We don't change it anywhere else. We use it in lots of places, but we only have a write to it once. So I'm not gonna mess with that variable, but I do trust it enough to use it for this. Don't eat baked beans because they taste too sweet to me. Yeah, they are quite sweet, but I tend to eat them with. If I do have baked beans, it's usually with something that I put brown sauce on anyway. So it's always going to be sweet anyway because brown sauce is quite sweet. Yeah, Center X was okay, but why not? I think it's to do with the way we flip. So the player sprite flips from left to right. So I think the way the particles for the exhaust emission work, I think it needs to be on the left side rather than the middle. As I say, it works for everything else. So I'm not going to mess with it. I'm not going to change that value. But I am going to use it. It doesn't have to be super accurate. This, as long as it's close enough, it will look all right. It doesn't have to be spot on. It being out by like half a character or even a whole character is not going to make a lot of difference. It should be all right. We'll see anyway. If it feels wrong, we can address it. But I think we'll be all right with this. Okay, so we need to take our player X position, and we need to subtract our turret position. So this is going to be our X pos, Y. So this value in here. Now that's going to give us a value between 0 and 39. Or well, actually between minus 39 and 0, minus 39 and 39. So the first thing we need to do is we need to acknowledge whether or not it's negative. So if this value is positive, we don't need to do anything. We just skip ahead. However, if it is negative, then we need to add 1 to it, and sorry, we need to EOR it and then add 1 to it. So we'll do EOR FF clear carry bit because we don't know if the carry would be actually let's have a look. If it is negative, then the carry out should have been cleared actually, because if we take a value, we subtract a bigger value from it, that's the only way we're going to get negative. That would clear the carry bit, so we don't actually need to do that. Okay, so that gives us invert value. So now the value sits in that range from 0 to 39. Now, what we've said is that we're going to cap that value. So the value is going to go from maximum X being 31. So if the value is higher than 31, then we need to exit. So and not do anything. So let's make an exit in here. And let's put some notes in here that we're doing. So first of all, doing an absolute. So we're going to compare that to. Actually, we could do it with. We could, and yeah, let's just compare it. It's just easier, isn't it? Trying to be clever, and I don't think I need to. Okay, so now we're exiting if that value is more than 32, and the next step is to half that value. So we're going to take that value and we're going to shift it to the right, which is going to half it. So now the value in the accumulator is 0 to 15, which matches the lower nibble here. So what we'll do is we will store that ahead somewhere using self-modding code. So we'll store that at it's called rest A, so that's always what I call these. And that's going to be somewhere in here. And basically what we're going to have is we're going to have another value at some point, and then we just need to OR that rest A value back into it, because we're going to have the lower nibble we're going to have the higher nibble, and then we're going to add this lower nibble back on. Okay, so with that value done now, we need to do the same with the Y value. Now, the Y value... comment a lot more, actually. So the Y value is +1. So we do need to subtract 1 from this. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to actually do our calculation with the Y pos. Oh, good choice. Is this... yeah, hang on. I need a bit of volume in this. I love this tune. It's so good. So we need to subtract that, but then we also need to subtract another one from it as well. We have to set the flag again here because we don't know if this has gone negative, but we do need to subtract another one here. Could we do that at the beginning? Actually, yes. If we did that here, the Y value is never going to be 0. It's only ever, at the best, it's going to be 1, and it's more than likely going to be 3 and above. So we can get rid of one of the set carry flags by doing the -1 first. This will produce the same result. The flag will still be set, so we can still do this stuff the same way as well. So we can do the ABS here. Otherwise, we can do this stuff, which basically... so this kind of sequence of 3 instructions here, 6 bytes, one of them being a branch, is basically an ABS function. It takes a signed 8-bit number and returns the absolute version. Isn't there a DEC code for the accumulator? No, not in 6502. There is in 45GS02. You can just do DEC on its own. Yeah, on the Mega, it's just that on its own, and that'll decrease the accumulator. Or I think you can write that on some assemblers. But I prefer to just do it like that because it matches the kind of decrease Y, decrease X. I think that looks a bit more Z80 like, and I don't like that at all. This tune is so good. Okay, and then finally we need to do a check. So check if more than or equal to 16 in this case, because we're not doing a half value here. So we just compare that to 1, 0. And if it is more than that, we jump to exit. So basically, jumping to exit just says we're out of range, so we don't care about this. We don't need to do the divide by 2, so we don't do that. So at this point now, the accumulator is 0 to 15 again. So now we need to turn into upper nibble. And we do that just by shifting it, basically. There is no swap command like there is in Z80, unfortunately. So we can't swap the 2 nibbles around. I believe that is something... or there's something similar in Mega 65. I can't remember exactly what it is, but we can achieve the same result by just shifting everything to the left 4 times. And now we can restore the lower nibble. The Luma as well. Okay, so now we've got a value in the accumulator which points to somewhere in this table. So we can transfer that value to the X register. Keep exit down here. And we'll put a little note in. So now grab table values. So we transfer accumulator to X register, and now we can start grabbing the sprite values. So we know the sprite position. We know, sorry, the X and the Y position. What we don't have here is sprite position. So we don't have a sprite center. for these values. So this is something I think we should pre-calculate as well. I don't think there's any point in us calculating this on the fly every time. We may as well just calculate it up front in here. We can probably do it as part of the macro as well, which makes it easy. Oops, for God's sake. So we need Sprite X plus Sprite Y pods. Now we will need an MSB here as well, so we're going to need that. But I'm just wondering, can we roll that into another value, maybe into the stat flag, so we're not wasting bytes here? I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's going to be 10 bytes. It's fine. Let's just do that. Let's not make it too complicated. The other thing we will need is Sprite Indexes as well. And the reason we need Sprite Index is because we need to know which sprite in the multiplexer is assigned to this sprite object. So jump to exit by RTS. Trying to think, is there anything else we need to do in here? I mean, it would just waste bytes doing that, because you would have to do that. You know, we'd end up putting an RTS in each place, so it's just a waste of bytes to do that. Is for the trajectory of the bullet or the knobbly bit on the turret? It's kind of used for both. So it will be used for the knobbly bit on the turret, but there'll be another table, probably another 2 tables here, which define the vector at which the thing flies off. It can probably be generated from these values. So these values are this isn't angles. This table is not angles. This table is the offset for the sprite as it moves around, right? So the offset is going to be it's actually just one quadrant rather than both sides, and we use negative values. But that same value can be used for the trajectory as well. We don't need another table. We just need to normalize that value in a way that can be used to advance the sprite. What it will probably be is the value will be multiplied by like 8 or something like that, and then that value will be used in a 16-bit, counter with, like an integer and a fractional value. All right, I'm going to need to take a quick break because I know I've only been an hour, but I need to go and put a bit of cream on my arms. So I'm starting to itch. I need to go to the toilet, and I'm going to go and get vodka because this wine is goddamn awful. So I'll be about 5 minutes. I'll be as quick as I can, but I think it'll be about 5 minutes. And I shall leave you with the races. And when I come back, we'll get this sprite drawing on the screen. So I'll be back as quick as I can. Be right back. Right, I'm back. I have JJ Whiteley Raspberry Vodka. And I actually have some R. White's Raspberry Lemonade. So should match perfectly, hopefully, if I can open this. Oh, damn, that's cold. It's come out of the freezer, so it's very, very, very cold. Oh, Medieval. I remember that game. Is that what this is? People really struggle with the... Oh, Jesus Christ. Problem is, I've just rubbed cream all over me, so my hands are kind of like greasy as hell. I'm not sure I should be supporting the Russian economy right now, but whatever. I have nothing against the Russian people. Oh, that's nice and thick, that, actually. That's quite... that came out kind of gloopy. I like that. Oh, Jesus. Man, that was very cold. Right, let's see how this goes. I'm going to start with the Coke and finish the Coke first. I have no ice, so oh god, I've missed vodka. That's the first vodka I've had this year. That, whoa, that is very good. Yum yum yum. Right, okay. So when we add these things in, but we do have a screen macro for adding these things in, and that is somewhere around here. Here it is. So one of the things we can also update at this point is the sprite positions as well. So we have, let's just copy that down. We have a few values we need to set up here. So we have, what's it called? Sprite Expos. Sprite Expos. Of course, consistency is not my forte at all. So we have that value, and that value. So these are the values we need to set up. This is part of our macro. Why am I doing it in the macro? It's because I don't want to have to calculate this on the fly. I want this to be done once. This macro is called by a dynamic piece of code. So this is loaded in to this location. So it's not like this is taking up memory that is static and is used by other things. This is dynamic memory, so it can be loaded per screen. So it's fine to make this macro quite long if we need to. And that means we can now take the screen X position. So we've got an X position on the screen. So that is obviously in character space. So we times it by 8, we now get it in sprite space. But now we have to add the border on. The border is 18 or 24 in terms of decimal, but in hexadecimal it's 18. And that gives us our sprite position. But this could be more than 256. So we need to make sure we only grab the lower portion of that. We can do the same thing for here and just grab the upper portion. That will just return as 0 or 1, and that will give us the most significant byte. And then we do the same for the Y position. This time we don't need to grab the upper or lower byte. It's only ever going to be from 0 to 256. And the border is a slightly different size. So the top border is 50 or 32 in hexadecimal, and the side border is 24 or 18 in hexadecimal. So that gives us our sprite positions. Now, in terms of Sprite Index, that's something that we should probably take a look at. There's another screen that does something similar. I can't remember which one it is. I think it's the very first screen, actually. I think in here, yes. When we add the sprite, we get returned an orb index here. So we can probably do the same thing here. We can add a sprite to a position on the screen, and return an index and store that. So we'll do that now. Do that in the screen macros here. So we can once again add the sprite. So what we'll do is we'll actually grab. We'll take this number and store it, I think. So we'll call this Sprite Expos var. And then that way we don't have to keep messing with the calculation. We can just keep putting this in its place. Oops. And that means we can do this properly down here. So this would be Sprite Expos. We don't know what this index is here. So we're gonna make this blank. So we just want to add the sprite. We don't really care. In fact, actually, the position really doesn't matter. We can put it at 0,0. Doesn't matter because we're going to return just an index. I believe this is the color, and this is the index. Let's just take a quick look in the screen, other screen macros. It's actually one that's in here. Yeah, so color and frame. So if we look at our sprites, not these ones, we've saved those ones. If we look at our base sprites, there should be a blank in there somewhere. Is that blank or is it? Yeah, it is blank, isn't it? No, actually, that's sprite color. That's the blank there. 07. So this is actually 47. So we just say it to 47. It should It should be blank, although with a position is 0, 0, it shouldn't show anyway. But we just need to make sure. It may cause some issues with the multiplexer, so you've got to be careful what we do here. So let's just put a note in to say what we're doing here. Add the sprite to the screen so we can record its index. And that's what we've got in X register. So we'll transfer X to the accumulator, and then we can do basically this. And there we've got the sprite index. So now we know the index of that sprite. So anytime we reference that turret, we can grab the right sprite from the list. Do streams from the beach. Yes, that would be good, wouldn't it? That would be good. Is that what you're going to do? Oh, they're trying to force you back into. Yeah, they're kind of doing that with us as well. Well, they're not forcing us back in. They're suggesting that in March we start going in, which is, it's fair enough. It's been 2 whole years basically that we haven't been into the office. So, yeah, for 2 years you've worked, no furlough worked. I lived at home, finished work 2 minutes later, dinner. Yeah, it is pretty good. I've got to admit, I do like the working from home. And the cool thing is they've not said. Oh, we need to return 100% to what we were doing before. They've accepted that things have changed. So they're now looking at doing things, what they're calling hybrid work. So they're basically a couple of days a week we go into the office. Teams that work closely together synchronize those days so that they can hold face-to-face meetings on those days to kind of promote that kind of work culture, sort of, the crap that companies always try and promote. So that's fine. I'm happy to do that. But if it is more than that, I would complain, because I know people who before the pandemic were working from home quite a lot because they lived far away, because they'd moved far away. And I've moved not far away, but I've definitely moved further than central London. I'm 20 minutes from central London now. So, yeah, for 2 years I worked at home. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do it, but I just hope they don't try and pressure us into doing more than that, because that wouldn't be fair. Especially when most of us have worked very hard and we've proven that, it's not made any difference. So, somebody asked before if I had decent internet here. Yeah, it's a Virgin 1 gigabit Ethernet, so pretty decent here. I guess that's made a difference to the stream latency as well. Yeah, this is the thing I was going to go. It's kind of the same for us. So in my department, there are a few different kind of teams depending on what you look at, but the cybersecurity portion of that is split into 3 teams. My team is entirely in London. There's only 3 of us on our team. We're penetration testers, basically. We're entirely based in London, but we're the smallest of the 3 teams. The other 2 teams are much bigger than ours, and they're all based in Malta. So, actually, they're based in Malta and Canada. So there's almost never any time we have face-to-face meetings. They're always done over Teams. Or Skype or Zoom or whatever we need to do it over. It's usually Teams, though, unfortunately. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense for us to be in the office all the time. There is some benefit to us being in the office when we meet with other teams that are based in London. That kind of makes sense. It does foster kind of better working relationships, I guess. I certainly feel like there has been a little bit of a lack of that over the past 2 years. You don't really get to know anybody properly. You don't bump into. You have a meeting with somebody and then you bump into the first time you've ever met that person. You have a meeting with them in the morning and then you go for your lunch and you bump into them at lunchtime, grabbing a coffee in the canteen, and then you have a conversation with them again, and it just kind of you build a little bit more. I guess it's trust and it's working a better working relationships with people. So there is some definite benefit to it, but I think it's far outweighed by the kind of benefits, the mental benefits from working from home as well. I feel so much better not having to commute into work all the time, but I do miss it as well. So right, anyway, okay. So given these things, okay. So now we've set those values up on the fly. So now we have all these indexed. So that means when we go to update and we aim the turret, we've done all this stuff. So now we can grab the values and we can apply it. So we're going to grab a value from data.sprite expos, y. Probably going to store this. Oh no, this needs to come from. Okay, so we do need to grab a value from the table. So let's grab the table values first. So the table values are going to be ATAN2 table X and ATAN2 table Y. We're going to store that somewhere to be used soon. So we'll use the temporary values in zero page here. So we'll use these global temps, gtemp1, gtemp2 should be absolutely fine to use. In fact, let's just call them. Yeah, let's just call them gtemp1 and gtemp2 for now. I'll label them better in a minute. I just want to see it all working in my head. So there's our X and Y values. So now we can do the calculation here. So there's the table values. Now add to Sprite Pos. So the other thing we would need to really do here is check if it's positive or negative, but we'll just add it in first, and then we'll make the change to the left and right as well. Oh, Andy. Yeah, I must admit the stream times are kind of would be difficult to maintain. I mean, I could probably still do it, but it would be a bit more rushed, I think. But you know, we all love old school coder. All right, okay. So we take our Sprite X position, and we're going to add the value from gtemp1. So this is let's put a little note in here. So this is if because this needs to change whether we're on the left or right. So we'll just deal with it on the right first. It's going to happen to both sides, but we'll do it on the right first. So it's going to look a bit weird while we're on the left-hand side until we move over to the other side. So we're going to add that value. We're going to store that into... Oh, I'm going to store that. Raid. Prince Phase. Hey, Prince Phase. Welcome along. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. Oh, Andy, you're cruel. You're cruel. How are you doing well, Prince Phase? Welcome along. Good to see you. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. How's the Amiga stuff going? Going well, I hope. I still need to watch some of your 68,000 streams. You need to do a Mega Drive one, so I don't have to worry about all the Amiga setup stuff. Like I say, that vodka's so much better than the wine, like on another planet levels. Okay. So we have a value that we need to store into a position somewhere. So we actually need to get the index. So let's grab the index. So we're going to grab... actually, we can load this directly into X register. So we can load data.sprite index, Y. So now we have the actual Sprite index into the multiplexer. So we can say multiplexer data.xpos, x. So x now is our is the multiplexer Sprite Index. So that means to do the most significant byte is pretty easy as well. We can just do like this, and some speed like that. There we go. And now we'll do the vertical as well. So let's do player is above turret, because again, if the player is below the turret, we don't need to do any update here. So, but we're gonna define above the turret as being in the direction that the dome is pointing, rather than beneath that area. So that could be actually above it on the screen, but we're thinking about in terms relative to the turret. Let's put relatively here. Why's that there? I don't know why that's there. All right. So we're just going to copy that again. This time we're grabbing the Y position. We do not need the most significant byte here at all. So we're just going to add temp2, and we're just going to store that, and we don't need that second bit there at all. Why does it keep adding those on the end? 2082. Oh yeah, I just took it off. Okay. I don't know why. I must have pressed it by mistake. It's right next to the enter button. I guess that's what I've done. I found out that page is really good at upping the brightness of the TV again. Okay, so now we have we have the Sprite Y and the Sprite X done relatively to the turret and into the multiplexer here. Okay, right. So now say update Sprite here. So with the Sprite data in place, so the only thing we need to do is just make sure that the Sprite flashes correctly. Actually, it doesn't. The Sprite doesn't flash, so we just need to set the frame. So we need to grab. Actually, again, we don't need to do. We can do that in the setup. So we can do. We can grab the aim sprite here. We can do it in here. To the end of SMA. Yeah, we can do it here. So we can do. We need to do data. Okay, cool. Right, so we don't need to actually do any sprite update there. So I think that's it. I think that's all we need to do. This is only going to do one very specific portion. So this is only going to work on the bottom turrets when you're to the right of them and above them. Cheers all. Hey Deco. I hope the Russian vodka helped the itchy bum. It's itchy arms actually at the moment. Itchy arms and itchy feet. It seems to move around. It's freaking crazy. I've had it on my head and in my chest today. The worst one is the one that put me in the hospital. The one that I thought I was having some kind of heart attack. Put me in the hospital in January because I had like weird pains here, and all it was hives in my throat, deep in my throat. Which reminds me, actually, I mean, I'm sure Mike's not on right now, but I'm sure everybody's heard about Mike and what's happened to his daughter. So I just want to say all my wishes go out to you, Mike, and I really hope Aurora is okay. She recovers fully, and you work out what it is that caused it. And as Mike said as well, if you do have kids and they are in school, do look into learning CPR. It will help. It sounds like Aurora owes her life to the kind of quick thinking of the teachers at her school who administered CPR. and the fact that they had a defibrillator on the premises as well. If you want to know more, I would give Mike a follow on Twitter. He's posted a couple of links, or you can check out my Twitter as well. My link is in the description. There are some links that I retweeted from him about. I think I might not retweet both actually. I think I've only retweeted one. But go and check him out and check out his links about CPR, learning CPR, and the defibrillator as well. And I'd say best wishes go out to Aurora and to Mike and the rest of his family as well. Hope she's okay. Hope she recovers so well, and hope she gets home soon. Defib needs to be in every school and university. Yeah, it really does. And you think about it, you go to a train station, they're on every single train station platform in the UK, 2 or 3 of them. They should be anywhere where anywhere where a group of people gather, they should be. I mean, if it wasn't as expensive, I would say they would have to be, like phone boxes. There should be one on a street corner, everywhere on every street corner, so you can go and grab one if something happens at home as well. But I mean, obviously, that's not going to be as practical to do, I think. But they have to be at the train station for when people see the ticket prices. Yeah, that is true. That is very true. That is very, very true. Okay, I think this might be enough. Let's give it a try. Let's see what happens. I'm not sure what is going to happen here at all, but we can see, right? First job is it going to compile? Is it going to build? And it has built, which is kind of a miracle. Usually there's at least one error in there somewhere, but okay. So the first trick is going to be: do we actually see anything? And we don't actually see anything. So I would expect to see some sprites down here. I'm not seeing any sprites. I need to get rid of these values here as well. Let me do that quickly because I don't want those in there anymore. Just because 2 different debug types. Let me open that in the. Oh shit! You know what? I don't have the debugger set up. I don't think. Hang on. Yes, I do. If I go. There we go, and then just pin that to my taskbar. Bin. There we go. Oh no, it wasn't that one. It's source bin, isn't it? There we go. Source bin. Right, okay, so let's see if we can see the sprites, first of all, see if they've been assigned the right values, and if not, we can look at what the hell's going on. Okay, I'm not getting any action on here at all. Probably don't have any of the buttons set up at all either. Okay, there's the... Yeah, there we go. Joystick port. We'll do both. There we go. All right. So I had the music over the top, which is a bit off-putting. Okay, so now I need to find the screen with the sprites on, which I can never find first time. Wait. Oh my god, I forgot all the buttons for this. Ah, there we go. Control Shift. There we go. Okay, so it looks like it is putting something there because you can see it has actually added some sprites in. So it feels like something is being added, and we can definitely see a sprite there. But it seems to be flashing on and off. So something seems to be resetting it or something. And I'm not sure what that sprite is at the moment. But it looks like we've got something going on. We also seem to be missing one. We would expect one to be here as well. Okay, so we've got something. That's good. It looks like it is putting it in the center. Just trying to think. Actually, so the sprite position at the moment is based on this top left. It should be +8 on each side. So let's make some corrections in the code and then go through. So this was always going to be a little bit trickier to do than the most bits of code because it's just a little bit fiddly, really. But again, it's one of these things that once we've done, we can use it in a few places. Right, so that should give us the middle. So that should hopefully shift those sprites down. So if I... Oh, no, something failed there. Oh, because I'm compiling from the wrong... building from the wrong page. Yeah, shift. I keep forgetting it's shift and control as well. So, yeah, I get there in the end. So I initialize it with an empty sprite, but then the very first thing I do is I actually change it to the correct sprite. I need the debugger, don't I? Debugger. I have to build it anyway before I can use it in the debugger. So let's take a look. I think I'm going to have a whole day tomorrow just playing Horizon Zero Dawn. I think I'm going to enjoy that. Okay, yeah, so it seems to be kind of correct. Because what it's doing here is it's actually adding these values in this direction. But actually what it should be doing is that's finding the X direction, but it's not finding the Y direction. It should be subtracting for the Y. So we'll fix that, and that should move it up to the top. But let's just see what happens if I get close to it, and then we need to work out why it's only showing on 3 out of the 4. Okay, so now it's only showing on 1 of them, and it's not moving at all. Okay. Okay, so something is going on. What happens if we get out of range? Is this a range thing? Okay, yes. So when we're in range, it does something, otherwise it doesn't do anything. Okay, that's fine. We can start thinking about how that works. I'm going to reopen this because we've got all these stupid paths up here. Sublime has got some issues. I think I need to update to the latest version of Sublime at some point. Okay, right. What's that? Right. So here we're adding it, whereas what we should be doing, we should be subtracting this, and that should put it in the correct place. So the question is now, why are we not seeing the correct behavior here at all? So what's happening is we're going in and we're checking, and we don't do anything to... Oh, we set the multiplexer YPOS and XPOS, otherwise we don't set it. But we should be setting it in the screen macro. This should be setting it, which it is doing. And we set the Sprite Index. So we are setting a frame. Wait, hang on. Yeah, so no, we're setting an index. We're not setting the frame yet at this point, but we're setting the X position. We're setting the Y position. So we know where that is, and that's being set correctly. Then we're calling aim turret add, which is the initialization for one single turret, which is set in the frame. So then that does go and set the actual frame and sets a few other values. And then we come into update, which just basically cycles through all the turrets, checking if we need to remove them. And if we don't need to remove them, it goes to aim them. and aiming just checks whether we're in range, and if we are in range, we does all this crap. Otherwise, it just exits straight away. So if it is in range, it does all this. Right, let's have a look at the routine. So the routine needs to keep the Y register the same, which it is doing. Yeah, on the right of the top. Okay, so this should be fine. I'm not sure. Let's go back in and have a look. We might have to create a little dummy screen somewhere where we can just test the turret to see what's going on. Hang on one sec. Okay, so let's have a look. So we're not seeing anything, but we should be. So we should be seeing something at this point. So again, let's go back into the debugger and have a look. So I get my chat back on. Halo for you tomorrow. Never been a big Halo fan. I just cannot get into it at all. I keep trying, but it's just it just doesn't sit with me for some reason. Never been a big fan of it. I did like Halo Wars, weirdly, even though it was kind of a terrible strategy game. It was kind of simple enough that it was fun. You could kind of play it casually, and it was kind of all right. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think because I played Battlefield first, for me, Halo was just kind of poor man's Battlefield. Although I'm sure Battlefield is poor man's everything right now, the way it is. So this is interesting because if I'm close enough, the sprite stays static. I have to kind of move. What is going on? This is really weird. It's only updating one at a time, so it seems to... I think what it's doing... Okay, I think I get why it's kind of zipping between them. But what I don't understand is why, when you get close enough, it stops updating one of them completely. It's like it's doing the opposite of what it should be doing. So 20 or more, we should go to exit. So if we're out of range, go to exit. And exit should do nothing other than... No, it should do nothing. Oh, well, no, it does need to set a position. Oh, so we should have exit, and we should have... Oh, no, the default pos can come up here. Okay, so we'll do that up here. So what we're going to do is going to take... I feel like the index is wrong. I feel like it's not adding the right number of sprites in. I feel like where is it? This thing here is not adding sprites properly. Maybe this position is causing weird issues. But this should only happen once, and then once it's drawn, it shouldn't happen again. And this value here, do you know what? I need to look at this. I need to look at what this sprite index is. That's what I need to look at. So what can I do? There was a thing, wasn't there? Damn it! I need to look at my macros. I'm not as focused on this as I was the other day. It's debug. I'm struggling tonight. It's this fucking itchiness. It's really annoying me. No, I hate both. Yeah, it's really annoying what they've done with Battlefield. What annoys me is the latest. They basically blamed Battlefield Battlefield's problems on kind of everybody but themselves. They said two things. Firstly, they said that the Halo team released Halo Infinite surprise release just round about the same time as the early access came out, and that made Battlefield look bad because Halo wasn't shit. They said it had a level of polish that made the few bugs that they had look really bad. And it's like, no, you didn't have a few bugs. You had fucking tons of bugs. You can't. And the other thing they said was that the beta was received well. And the beta was received well because what they did is they said, this is a really old build. Let me just put this label in. They said, this is a really old build. So don't take the bugs as, they're going to be there at the end. So the people that reviewed it with that in mind. They reviewed it with the fact that all these things that are wrong are going to be gone, and this is going to be a smooth game. So basically, they reviewed it on the map player, and that map actually is quite well laid out. It's a fairly standard Battlefield map. So it was hard for reviews to kind of be anything other than fairly kind of well praising of it. So they basically blamed the media, they blamed the players, and they blamed Halo for what was essentially a game that should have had another year released on it. It is so fucking bad, so bad. Right, okay, let's run this. Dot data to question mark. Dot data to question mark. I'm not sure what you're saying. What are you saying? I don't quite know what you're saying. Oh, no, it's just a label. It's just so I can find it in this list. It doesn't matter. So it's just so I can find this value here, F233. I'm going to remove it in a minute anyway. So I just wanted to have a way of looking at that value, making it stand out, and that's enough for it to stand out. Right, okay, so if I go and have a look at F233, we should get a list of indices, and there's only one in here, only 0.8. There are no other indices in here at all. So it's only added one sprite. It's not added more than one sprite. So this is why we've seen it flash all over the place and why it's behaving erratically. Okay, so in that case, let's go and have a look at the screen macro for add sprite. Let's see if it actually does add a sprite or if it's just putting one sprite, putting the next sprite in place and not actually incrementing any values anywhere. Get next free sprite. So it should be getting the next free sprite. Interesting. Okay. In that case, I'm going to leave that in there for now. And I'm going to go and have a look in this macro. And instead, what we're going to do... I'm going to put a print in here to say add turret. We're not going to be able to get that value from here, but we'll be able to see if this has been done 4 times or not. Starting to think next free sprite. Wait. It's because we're set in a position of 0. If I set that to 0 on the X, but if I set it to something else on the Y, it doesn't really matter what it is because you're not going to see it. It's going to be off screen. A position of 0, would imply that the sprite is not being used. So then when it goes to you're determined to get the points tonight, aren't you? It's because you've not got Australia to deal with, or do you? Are you dealing with them tonight? Hope not. Saturday. Hopefully you got a day off today. But I know what companies are like. You might not have. Oh, I need to be on the actual screen, don't I? Okay, you're not dealing with them. Good. Right, there we go. I'm on the screen now. No, they're all still zeros. Have I got the right address now, or have I put something wrong? Add to it. Yeah, FT33. Okay, let's close all of these in a second. Thank you, Amok, for the resub. Appreciate it. 31 months. Wow. It's almost 3 years. That's crazy. Crazy to think I've been going that long. Let me try again. Something's not clicking tonight. That's fine. It happens. I think it's just the lack of sleep's probably what's doing it more than anything. Okay. Yeah, it's not putting anything in here now. But we're definitely adding the turret because I could see it being called 4 times. I had a bet with Hayes. I'd only last 5 streams, and now I'm like thousands of hours in. Definitely over 1,000 hours. Yeah. No, I enjoy it. I really do enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. It can be hard work at sometimes, and sometimes just having the motivation to do it can be pretty difficult. It's not the easiest thing in the world when you're feeling a bit shitty to just kind of suck it up and do it. But I would say if I do feel shit and I stream, 9 times out of 10 it makes me feel better. So that's what I always tell myself. Is that, you know, if you feel shit, don't worry. It's probably just a good idea to go and stream anyway because it's probably going to make you feel better. But usually, the motivation before the stream to actually do it is greater than the actual effort it actually takes. It usually feels like it's going to take 10 times more effort to do, and it doesn't. So, I started watching the streams when he was really ill and watched the C64 game dev streams on YouTube for hours. Cool. I find it crazy that people watch me. I really do find it crazy, but I see this as more of a friendly community, and this is just a nice outlet. This is a way for us to get together a couple of nights a week and do stuff. Oh God, what is going on here? Why have I got a? Okay, I got a message from Wall. Let me just put that over in case it's a thing. It's going to be. Oh, okay. Green screen. So yeah, I can do green screen with I can do it with NVIDIA. I can do it with this. So if I go into my camera, oh, it says busy. But if I go into the camera, I can do green screen on here as well with NVIDIA Broadcast. But it's the thing is, I don't really want to do it. I kind of like the background. I like having the cat up there as well. Oh God, what's my BBC app is going mental. Keeps telling me that Russia's about to invade Ukraine. So. I think many people find the streams via YouTube. Okay, cool. Yeah, I need to, like I say, I've started to get back into uploading the things to YouTube. It's quite difficult to do the YouTube stuff, and it can be a bit disheartening as well because if you compare the revenue you get from YouTube to the revenue you get from Twitch, it doesn't even come close. Twitch is far superior for this kind of audience anyway. Because of the length of the videos, because of the size of the subscriber list, you're better off with Twitch. YouTube makes next to nothing. I mean, I probably make the same in a month on Twitch as I would do in 2 years on YouTube. So it's just not. YouTube is not a platform for this kind of audience, I don't think. It would be nice actually to do a dual stream sometime. Maybe do YouTube live and Twitch at the same time. But I think there's some I think there's some weird requirements that Twitch has about that. Don't think you're allowed to do that. Not, I'm sure they wouldn't care for someone small, but yeah. Anyway, okay. Let's see what we're doing. Twitch is definitely more helpful. Yeah, it really is. Twitch. I think Twitch is better aimed at this as well. YouTube is good as an archive, but the problem is as well with YouTube is you've got to do a little bit of video editing. I mean, at first I was doing lots, and now I've decided that I'm just going to do the bare minimum, just to bring the video sizes down to something acceptable. YouTube mangles the quality anyway, so there's not really a lot you can do about that, other than make sure you upload a high quality one to begin with, and stick a decent thumbnail on it so it's easy to get a list of. But yeah, it's good for archiving, but beyond that, I wouldn't bother with the 1 month on Twitch is 5 months YouTube. Yeah, YouTube makes next to nothing. I make quite a bit on Twitch. Well, between Twitch and Patreon, I would say. I think Patreon makes more for me than Twitch does. But it depends as well. It depends on the month. There's been months where Twitch has been like crazy good. Like last year in the kind of peak of the kind of prize giving stuff, we were making quite a lot, and we were able to give 2 and 3, Mega 65 boards away a month, and even a PS5. The PS5 was fully paid for by the stream. There was none of my own cash went into that at all. There wasn't a single prize last year that I paid for myself. Maybe one Raspberry Pi here or there or something like that. But almost everything else on the stream last year was paid for by everything on the stream. So yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so we're coming into the screen and we're not seeing anything. We should be seeing. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to store this at D020. So now hopefully we should see the border flash between a few different colors. So that's going to be the first thing to check, is are we updating each sprite individually? Let's work through this step by step and see what's happening. And then once we know that, we can move that color thing down into another area to see if it's updated all the sprites that it should be updating all the time. So we should start seeing borders change color down here. So we do. Let's slow it right down, see if we can see. So black, white, red, cyan. Yep, so we're seeing all the different colors. We're seeing one update for each turret on here, so that's good. That's exactly what we should expect to see. Okay. Thank you, Fisterwin93 for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. On YouTube, you need to follow trends to get viewed. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of stupid. YouTube is about catering to the algorithm, basically, isn't it? And that for me, that's not that much fun. I mean, I've never set out to make money on these things anyway. That's never my aim for these. So for me, YouTube is never going to be something successful, because it's only ever going to be something where I dump some stuff I find interesting. That's it. I'm not going to make something to try and play the algorithm a bit. The 3D printing stuff was actually an experiment with the titles and the thumbnails, which I will get back to doing at some point. I have got my 3D printer set up now for the first time. I actually printed some cat spikes. I don't actually have any with me, but they're like it's like a little bed of spikes that I can put on top of things to stop the cat sitting on it. And my cat jumped up onto the top of my NAS drive the other day, and he's like looking down at it because he's like stood with his feet on the edges of it, and he's looking down at these spikes, and he's like, he bit him a little bit. He's like, no, don't like that, and got off. So it works a treat. Kind of like those spikes you get on top of kind of girders and stuff in train stations to stop pigeons sitting on them. Same thing. I just got to put that all over my place to stop the cat sitting on it. So yeah, I printed some of them. That was the first thing I printed, and the Famicom draw stops as well. So once I've dug the camera out, I'll set that up and probably add a few more 3D print stuff on. So, or close the door. No, see, this room is also where the cats are as well. So, you need to know how you automated the follow notification. I use player.me. If you go to player.me, you can do your overlay there, and you can design it however you want. And you can add in all the alerts and overlays that you need. You don't have to worry about using some other. You just have one overlay then that you can import in. It's good. Player.me, check it out. So it's very good. Really easy to use, really easy to set up, and great for you can do all sorts of weird custom chats. It's got chat built in. It's got all the alerts built in donations and things like that. You can do a lot with it. And then all you do is you just add a browser source for your web page. It simplifies your. So if you look at my old overlay, it was just like maybe 30 or 40 objects on top of each other for different alerts and all sorts. It was a mess. This overlay is what 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things. In fact, one of them doesn't even need to be on there. 2 of them don't need to be on there. It's 5 things. So 2 of them are turned off, and then I've got the chat and alerts, which is the player.me. Then I've got my overlay, which is this quiz and the top and bottom bars, the camera, the microphone, and the desktop. That's it. So the title screen is not centered. Will that be centered in the end? It is centered. It's just because I'm using Debug Borders. So you'll see if I run this now. So we're using what's called Debug Borders. And what Debug Borders is, it shows everything that's going on inside the VIC. So it looks like it's over to one side. If I just bring up the thing, if I just poke 020 and put 00 in it like that, you can see where the border is. So this is the actual screen, and this is the border. Now the debug border shows everything. It shows the very beginning of the border, which would normally be cropped off the screen, the very bottom of the border, which would be cropped off the screen, and the very far left as well, which is much bigger than you see. If I restore it to non-debug borders, you can see it looks very different. So this is what you see on the TV on a C64, but this is actually what's going on behind the scenes. There's a lot more to it than you see. I'll just leave it on normal actually. So it's that view is handy if you're doing timing stuff, because you can see exactly where in the border you might be. You can set a color to change, and then change the border to white, and then straight away back to black again. Or you see a little tiny line, so you can see exactly where that happened. Now, if you're in this mode, you might not see it, so you would need the debug borders on so you could see if it happened way off to the left where you wouldn't normally see it. But yeah, that's why. So yeah. Restream.io lets you stream on multiple platforms. Yes, but I believe there's a term of service thing with Twitch where I think it's against terms of service to do that. I'm not entirely sure. That might have changed. It certainly was 3 years ago when I looked, so I might have a look, because it might be worth adding YouTube in as well. I mean, it certainly wouldn't hurt to do. It wouldn't be a difficult thing to do. I can stream to both at the same time. OBS makes that a very simple task. So, not related, but what about Pick Mix? Will it be released someday and possibly with a full source code? Yeah, Andy's looking at that. And yes, when it's finished, we will release the source code. The only reason the source code is kind of frozen in GitHub at the moment is to prevent people, the likes of who frequent CSDB, from taking the source code, building it, and releasing it before it's ready. So they disallow it to stream also. Yeah, I thought there was something like that. I thought there was some kind of weird rule about it. There must be a way around it, though. There must be a way around it, because as Andy says, he's pretty sure that people do it. So But yeah, I mean, pick and mix is fairly close. It doesn't need an awful lot, but it's just it's finding the time to do it. If I get this finished before Andy starts, and I'll help him out on it as well. All right, but at this rate, I'm not doing very well tonight. So, all right, so we know that the screen is changing. So we know that the turrets are updating all the time. So let's have a look and see if aiming the turret if we're actually getting to aim the turret at that point. So let's go into wait a minute. So here we're checking for over 32. Checking. Okay, so at this point here, we've actually grabbed the values. It could be to do with these G temp values. So I'm going to put that there. We're just going to have a look in 0 page. G temp is 80 and 81. So we should be able to grab the values from there, the X and Y values, and see what we get. So hopefully what we'll see now is the same thing again. Version of pick and mix I tested crashes in level 3 or 4. Yeah, because there's only 2 levels in there. So with the full level set in, it should play through probably. But if there's only a few levels in there, that's kind of deliberate to stop people messing with it. But it is almost complete, that game. It doesn't need a lot, just a bit of polish. Okay, so again, we're seeing the border flash, so we know it's updating all the turrets. As we get closer, we should see these. Actually, that's interesting. It shouldn't be updating all the turrets because we should be too far from some of them, I believe. Let's just check this out a second. We should be too far away from some, so I think there's something wrong here. Yeah. Hey, Monopoly79, welcome to the stream. Interesting. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. It should be skipping if these values are too big. So we're getting the player left X subtracting. Yeah, okay. So player and the turret position. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to store this in G-temp3 and I'm going to store the other one in G-temp4. And then when we've done that, I'm going to go and have a look at those values. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm just going to jump start. So it's going to freeze when we get onto the screen, but I should be able to see those values in memory at that point. Andrew Samurai, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. What programming language is this? Yeah, as Nicomo said, 6502 assembler with a lot of magic. How do you get to be an affiliate? Yeah, Twitch affiliates, yeah. So affiliate is so many viewers. I can't remember what the number is. It's quite low. You don't need too much. Thanks, Dockster, for the bits. Appreciate it. I think it's time for another vodka. I think it's like an average of 5 viewers or something. And so many hours. You have to stream so many times or so many hours in the month. It's quite easy to get affiliate. Once you got a few viewers, it's fairly easy to get. Partner is the hard one. Partner is the one where you need 75 or something. 75 viewers on average per stream. 40 hours a month streaming or something. So I'm using Sublime. I use Sublime Text 4 on a PC. Okay, so it's pausing here, right? So now if I go and have a look at that value in memory. Okay, so these are the two values in memory. So this is gtemp 3 and 4, and these are values of well, this is interesting. This is saying 27 in both directions. So this would be the first turret, and there's no way we're 27 away from that. No way. So I'm not sure where it's getting that value from. So let's look in a bit more detail about what the hell's going on here. Okay, so it should be taking player left X, which is in. Actually, let's just work our way back through the code. That's going to be the easiest way to do this. So if we disassemble F300, we should get roughly that. Okay, aim the turret. Here we go. So 95. So if we look at 95, player left X is 08 according to this. And if we look on here, that would appear to be about right, 08. Okay, so we know that value is correct, which means the next value is player Y, whatever that is going to be. Nope. Hopefully it's grabbed the labels. Okay. Player center Y 96. So it is the next one. So that is saying, that is saying 98. So this is where one of the problems is. That's hugely out of spec. Oh, sorry, no, 18. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong ones. So it's saying 0818, but that's still off. That's still really wrong. Play X is 16-bit. No, this is in character space. So this is in character space, not in sprite space. Okay, but there's one of the problems. This Y is way out, right? So this Y is above the limit, but we're not that far away. That's saying we're 24 away. We're not 24 away from this at all. So this is wrong. So let's have a look at how player center Y is calculated, because I think that for some reason is wrong. Or is it just wrong for one frame? Maybe it's just wrong for one frame. Okay, let's look at these values while it's running. I think that's probably the best thing to do. Okay. God damn it, there's always a stumbling block somewhere, isn't there? And it's always when I get the vodka out. I get the vodka out, and then while I'm in a stumbling block, and I shouldn't really. I've actually got beer in the fridge. I maybe should have had beer. It might have been a bit easier. It's fine. It's fine. We'll get there. We'll get there in the end. Cats. I heard about cats, trench cats. I think that's really cool. Good company as well. And yeah, do a good job of kind of keeping the place relatively clean as well. Okay, so that seems about right. So 5 and 6, yeah, that kind of matches. So what happens if we put a breakpoint on that location? So let's do this through the debugger instead and see what's going on. Okay, so let's close the debugger and reopen it. Oh, one of my cats is moaning. It's going to be him, is it? Troy, come here. Come and say hello. Come here, putty cat. Come and say hello. So you can see it's trying to do something with the sprites. It definitely knows it's supposed to do something with the sprites, but I think it's just getting confused as to what it's supposed to be doing. So we're not going to get source code, unfortunately. That's fine. I can work my way through this. So it's kind of. Here we go. Right, here's where it starts. So this is the start of the routine. So this is where we're getting the player X position in the accumulator. So let's step through step by step and see what happens. So it's getting a player X of 6, which if we look here, that seems to be about right. We've got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 seems to be about correct for that. Oh, I pressed the wrong button then. Sorry, let me do that again. All right, so again, it's getting 6. And we need to subtract this value. So this value is our turret value, I believe. Why is it F201? That seems... Have I got something else before I've got those tables? Oh yeah, I've got this byte. There we go. Yeah, so that's right. Okay. So we need to subtract that value, which leaves us with a value of 6, because that value is obviously 0 at that point for some reason. Okay, whatever. It's not more than that, so it carries on. It halves that value. That value is now 3. And it stores that down here for us to use later. So you can see it's just changed that value down here. Then it takes the value 96, which is 6. It's a Y of 6. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it seems about right as well. And subtracts 1 from it. And then subtracts our table value from it. That value went up, not down. Okay, there's one. Interesting. F20B. So that was this thing here. It didn't subtract. That actually. Thank you very much for the follow, Mad Fury. Mad00 Fury. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I hope this is not too boring while I try and figure out what the hell's going on with this. What should be a relatively simple piece of code, but it's turning out to be a pain in the ass, actually. Okay, so we do have some negative values here, which is interesting. These values probably should not be negative at this point. That's these values here, these YPOS values. Now, the YPOS should be calculated in the screen macro for this. So that's calculated... actually, it's not calculated in here. Could there be a problem with the zero-page template variables? Possibly, but looking at this, it looks like there's a problem in the other values instead. These YPOS values. Looks like the value we're passing in here is wrong for some reason. The YPOS is wrong at this point. And that YPOS is generated in here. So why is that YPOS that's being passed in here incorrect? Because if we look in the table, so we've got two tables. We've got F201, F20B. They define the two XPOS and YPOS tables. And you can see the XPOS table. This isn't XPOS either. These are supposed to be turret positions. Hang on. These turrets are wrong. The turrets are not right. Add aim turret. These are the values I'm passing in, 16, 15, right? Which means that should go into here, 16 and 15. So these are the two values here, 16 and 15. Does all this crap to set up the data next, grabs the next turret that it needs to do, sets the stats, sets the persist, sets the screen positions, sets the sprite X and Y. Boom. There you go. So this is an error you will make whether you're a beginner assembly coder in 6502 or there's an SPC with no carry set. Yes, I will explain that in a second. Yes, the error that you will make time and time again it's forgetting to put the hash symbol in. It's especially easy to do when you're using variables like this in macros, because the temptation is to think, well, that is just going to load whatever I pass in, but it's not. It's going to load the value in the memory address of whatever value you pass in. So you need to make sure it's this value here. I'm using it everywhere else. I just forgot to do it here, so that will fix that issue. So the subtract that you're on about, I believe, is going to be this one here. I think is the one you're thinking of, because it shows up in here as two subtracts with only a carry flag set here, not before it. The reason that this is okay is because the value at this point is never going to be 0. All we're doing is subtracting 1 from it. So as long as it's never 0, we can set the carry flag once, subtract 1 from it, and the carry flag will remain set. Xpos is not a label. Xpos is a value that's passed in to the macro. So the macro gets passed in a value. So you can see that value being passed in here, 16. And then in order to use that, we have to add it to the turret. So it's passed into this this routine here, which then stores it in a location. But the problem is this macro was not loading that value as an immediate. It wasn't loading that. It was loading the memory address 16. So that was why it was a problem. So I think that should kind of solve the issue. I think it should solve the issue. That's why it's important sometimes to just step through your code and just see if there's anything that makes sense. You should know. You should have an idea in your head how the code is working. Oh, what was that? I just saw an alert and I didn't see. I saw an alert, but I don't know what it was for because nothing came up. Let me just check my. Okay, that was weird. That was weird. It looked like a host alert, but thank you if somebody just hosted me. Thank you very much. If they didn't, then yeah, it was a weird one, that. Okay, so now we're only getting white. See, now the colour's changing because we're only close to some of them, not to all of them. So that's good. That means that's working properly. Because as I get up here, if I slow it down, you see now we're only getting black and white. So only these two are close enough. The distance of y between here and here is too big. The maximum distance is 16 in any direction. If you're 0 to 15, you're within range. If you're more than that, you're outside of the range. So in fact, if I move into this corner, we'll probably get the border just changing to black and stay in black, because the one on the far top right, will no longer be in range, I think. Oh, another raid. So let me just move right over this corner. Oh, not quite. We're still in range of both. So, Kayaka Sagani, 1996. Thank you for the raid. Welcome along to the stream. Hope you're doing well. And hello, everybody. It's coming over. I'm going to call you Kaya because that's hard to say more than once, especially after a couple of vodkas. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. We're just in the middle of trying to figure out a bit of a tricky bug at the moment as to why some of these things are updating incorrectly. So you can see the colours flashing between all of the colours now because I'm in the middle of them. I'm in range of all of them. So we can see the border flashing between the 4 colours, black, white, red, cyan, in order. And then as I move over this side, if I move up into this top corner, I should get outside of range again. Although maybe if I would have thought I would have been out of range of this one. Oh no, the range is 31 on the X, so you can actually be in range on the X. It's vertically has got less range than the X because the X is halved, so you can be up to 31 away on the X. So you'll never be out of range on the X position, but you will be on the Y position on this one. So let's just go up there and just kill these mines. So it should again flash black and white once I move up here, because I'm at a range of these two down here. So we know that the range stuff is working. So let's take a look at how that looks in the debugger now. Let's try and give that a restart. And hopefully we should see better behavior from the sprites. Then it's just a matter of getting the sprites to look correct, basically. Why don't we have the correct sprite indices? Why don't we have the correct sprite, the sprite frames being shown, the sprite pointers being correct, which hopefully we can work out when we go down here. So let's take a look on this screen. So we can see there are 2 being shown, and that's correct because we're getting the 2 things. And as I move down, there should be 4. So that's kind of correct. The fact that they're flashing on and off is a bit worrying. They shouldn't be flashing on and off. That would imply to me that they're sharing the same Sprite Index, which they shouldn't be doing. So we need to work out why they might have the wrong Sprite indices now. So let's start by getting rid of that flashing border, because that's a little bit irritating. That's going to drive me mad if I keep that in there. So where is that? It's going to be in here somewhere. There it is. Yes, so Sprite Indexes, let's have a look. Where are those Sprite Indexes? We can go and have a look at those. We can see how they're actually stored and see if they work. It could just be that it's not getting the next Sprite Index correctly. So F233 says get the next Sprite Index, but it definitely was not seeing that. So it could just be that the Sprite Index that it's retrieving is incorrect, in which case we might have to hard code those Sprite Indexes. Should be all right to hard code them, I think, because each screen is its own thing, and we know what's on the screen. We know we don't have to rely on dynamically assigning sprite numbers. We can, if we want, just assign a sprite number to a sprite, and it will work fine. So at the moment, it looks like it's not doing that correctly at all. You can see definitely. Well, I mean, I actually know there are some dynamic, because explosions are dynamic. So we've got some values down here. It's also, that border is still flashing. So I think maybe it didn't build properly. Maybe there was an error in the build, or I'm flashing the border somewhere else. Or is it because I need to build it the normal way first? That's what it is, isn't it? I need to build it this way, and then I need to open it in the... I can't just open the debugger. I have to build it first. Is there anybody else getting Elden Ring next week? I spent a long time considering whether or not I wanted it on the PC or I wanted it on the PlayStation. I've decided to go with it on the PlayStation. Partly because I want to get my PlayStation collection up a little bit. Partly because the price is actually, for a PlayStation game, pretty decent. It's $45, I think, on the PlayStation, whereas it's $40 on the PC. So it's not much difference, which is unusual. So I thought I'd get it on there. The only thing that's annoying me is that it probably means it's going to be... there you go. They are actually doing something there. I mean, they're showing completely incorrectly, but at least it's doing something. My only issue is that it is obviously going to be a bit of a downgrade from a 3090, so it's it is a bit bothersome like that. But to be honest, like Horizon Forbidden West, I'm playing on favouring frame rate, so it's running at 60 frames a second. I'm pretty sure it's running at about 1440p, but it looks gorgeous. It looks like a 4K game to me. It doesn't look that bad, so stop giving them away then. I've only given one PlayStation game away. I gave that away because it's absolutely pointless to me. I had it on the PC. There was no point in me having it on the PlayStation as well. And it was a prize to give away. Oh, there's one prize that I did pay for myself, so... Okay, so why is it flashing them? Why is it not staying static? Well, it seems to be because we've not got the proper sprite indices in here. Then it's not using the right sprite indexes. It's using 0, 0, 0, 0. They're all sprite index 0 for some reason. So let's go and have a quick look at this multiplexer and the sprite assignment. So there is a Oh, let's work backwards from add sprite wherever it is. So add sprite does this, calls this routine, and should return a value in X register. Set sprite frame. Yeah, okay. So for some reason, this is not returning the right value. So again, let's have a look in here. Okay, this should be working fine. So I think I've probably done something wrong in here. Let's have a look. Ah, could it be that this is destroying the Y register? It's probably highly likely, actually. So let's do we have another rest Y in here? No, we don't. I think that's the issue. Oh. Hey, there we go. We've got actual things. Awesome. Awesome. Right, okay. So now we have things moving. So the only ones I'm interested are in these ones here, these bottom ones. I'm ignoring the top ones, and I'm only interested in if I'm on the right hand side of them. So I'm going to move over to the right hand side, and then I'm going to move up and down. Okay, so they're definitely doing something, but they're obviously there's some back to front shit going on here. So I think the reason they're back to front is to do with the angles that I'm using. The cosine and sines. So I'm going to start by fixing those issues. That should be pretty easy. If I go into the table, I think I need to do negative cosine here. I think that's all I need to do. Or it might be the sine, actually. I think I've done it wrong. I think it should be the sine, not the cosine. But never mind. We're getting somewhere now. We're getting somewhere now. There's just some bugs in it, that's all. Distance to turret. So yeah. It's fine as it is at the moment, just because it makes it easier to see. But yeah, it will have to be changed, obviously. Yeah, it was not sine, it was cosine. Sorry, it wasn't cosine, it was sine. Also, it could be the angle needs. Sometimes you need to add 90 degrees to the angle as well. So just suicide on these because it's good to. Yeah, I think that's wrong as well because we're not seeing the value at all. It's there at the top, but okay. So let's think. What was it doing? It was going. Let's put it just back a second. Let's reduce this down a little bit. So the distance will be, well, let's think about it, right? The sprite is 24 wide. So if we think of it as 24 wide, then actually no, it's the height we're interested in, not the width, because the height is less. So if we look at the height as 21, let's call it 11. So let's add 1, 12. So that should make it kind of roughly around the base. Make it blue to stand out on the white. Yeah, I could do that as well, actually. That's not a bad idea. Well, I think we're all right, though. I think we'll be all right. We need to think about what's happening incorrectly here. Okay, so when we're in this position, we're in the right side. And the problem is here is the Y is going up when it should be going down. So at that point there, it's behaving like down here. And at this point here, I think the angle needs 90 degrees out into it, because we're working at the angle, but we don't know where the beginning is, if you know what I mean. So we're saying that the angle is based on from the top, but it could be from the left, it could be from there. So it's always worth just checking these things by adding some angles as well. My brain is not working well enough to kind of work this out without this. So I'm going to do it by adding values and subtracting values and just a bit of trial and error until I get it right. So 90 degrees is pi divided by 2 in radians. So we'll add it to both. And if this doesn't work, we'll subtract it from both. And that should hopefully give us the right values. It's going to be a combination of these on or off. We'll get it right. Could be that this one's a minus rather than a positive. This is what I'm thinking. Oops. Angle is right. Yeah, I think it's just we'll get it. We'll get it. Also, I never went and double checked the ATAN 2 documentation for Kick Assembly. I should probably check that as well. But yeah, I think that's right, but I think the Y should be negative. So if I just do does take a little bit of experimentation if you're just guessing. I mean, I could work this out precisely, drawing it on paper, but I just can't be bothered. I know roughly what's wrong with it. I know the adjustments that need to be made. I'm just not sure exactly which way the adjustments need to be made. But having done this several times before, I know it's almost always to do with 90-degree additions, subtractions, or one of the values being negative when it should be positive. There we go. So that's working now. You see, so it's this one here we're looking at, because this is the one where we're in the right quadrant. The quadrant is always going to be from the top of the dome, facing away from the dome, clockwise 90 degrees. That's the quadrant that we need to be in. So on this one, the quadrant is over here. But we haven't dealt with the fact that the thing is upside down, so that's no good. Same with this one, the quadrant would be here for this one, but again, we've not dealt with the fact that it's upside down, so that wouldn't be affected. And on this one, it's the quadrant is here, and that is correct, and we can see that is correct there. So the only thing I would say is, I think if you look when we're at the top, the gap there and the gap there, the gap is a bit wider here than it is when we're at the top, and it's a bit it's going to be the same on the other side as well. So what we need to do is just move the sprite position up slightly if it's moving, if the sprite is if the dome is facing up, and down slightly if the sprite is facing down. But we'll get it working in all directions, and then we'll do that because it'll be easy to check. But you can see that's working. It looks a bit jerky, but the reason why that is because we're dealing with character positions, not sprite positions. So only if the character position changes. Oh, that was a bad place to be. Only if the character position changes does the sprite actually move. Which means if you're close to it like this, then it's only going to adjust when you move one character over. So it's moving every 8 pixels for the player is 1 pixel jump for the sprite. But you can see when we're close and we're just kind of moving like this, it looks all right. This is fine. This is what I want. So Okay, right. So the next job is to make it work on the other side as well. So now we've got it working when the thing is positive. We need to make sure that it works when the value is negative as well. So if this value is negative, we need to set some kind of value so we know to negate these values here. Well, that's quite easy to do, right? So we can look at the turret that we've got. So the fix, by the way, here was to add 90 degrees to the angle. So the angle isn't starting from the top; it's obviously starting from over to the left, so pointing to the left. So we need to. Sorry, no, it's starting from facing to the right. So we need to add 90 to our angle to line it up to be in the right place. And then we need to negate the Y position because it was doing the angles the wrong way around. The thing was flipped. It was basically moving anti-clockwise instead of clockwise. Okay. So here, we know at this point here that a value is negative or not. So at this point here, we know that the result here is negative. So we can do something here to affect this here, because this is one thing we can do, but if the player is on the other side, we need to do something different. So let's just put the code in for what we need to do. If the player is on the left of the turret, then what do we need to do? Well, we need to take the position and we need to subtract this time that value. So there's two different things here. So we'll do done. We'll call it done X, and we'll put oh, why is it done a string? What the hell? So we've got two things here. So let's put wait, on left. Wait, on right. So which one of these we pick is based on whether or not this was positive or not. So we can either set something here, or we can just do this check again. I think it's probably best to set something here. And I think the way to do that would be to have a value in here. Let's say, let's call it check left. Sorry, check horizontal. Let's do check horizontal like that. And we'll make it self-modifying like that. Then what we'll do is we'll make sure that the default is reset self-mods for checks. So the default is always going to be to set them to 0. Or actually, we could do this with NOPs as well. No, I'm not gonna complicate. It doesn't need to be. Can you just use the same code and change the values? Yeah, I was just wondering if I could change. Well, the problem is because this is a 16-bit value, so that is going to be different. I mean, one option would be to negate that value, but then it does change this 16-bit thing, so it's going to complicate that. It might be easier on the Y position, though. We'll look at that. Definitely on the Y. But here I'm just going to do this reset the self mod here. It's just going to be really, really simple. We're going to add one to that, and we're going to ink check horizontal. And then here we do player on left. So that should sort the left and right out for it as well. But yeah, I think we can probably reuse the code for the Y because it shouldn't matter if we add a negative value to it. It's just the 16-bit value just complicates it a little bit with the MSB stuff. But hopefully now those two bottom turrets should work on left and right as well now. Oh god, it blew up twice. So actually, you can see the top ones are kind of working as well. It's just they're on the wrong side. But you can see now they're They're kind of pointing in the right direction now. So it's kind of nice. So we just need to do the top ones. That should be pretty simple. We'll do the same again. We're going to take this value, and it's just whether or not we add or subtract this value. To be honest, though, it would mean, oh no, we could. Let's change that. Let's change that. So we are always gonna add, but what we're gonna do here is we're gonna change this value gtemp2 if we need to, if it's upside down. Which would be at this point here. Shit. Okay. Oh, we have it in gtemp3 though already. Okay. So it compares it to 10 if it's more, otherwise it turns it into the upper nibble. Just grabs the value from the table. Oh no, we need to negate this value, don't we? So what we do is if that's plus, we go to here. So if the original value is if this number is positive, then we don't need to do anything. Otherwise, I will set these to something a bit more meaningful in a minute as well. Otherwise, what we do is we take gtemp2, we clear the carry flag, or it, add 0, 1, store that back in gtemp2, and now it's negated. So let's set those values to something meaningful. So we've got gtemp 1, 2, 3, and 4 being used here. So let's put those in. So gtemp 1 is, let's have a look what we've actually got. So this is our atan x, atan y, and our difference x, and our difference y. So that becomes diff x. Just makes it a bit easier to look at rather than these horrible kind of temp values. It's fine having the temp values in there, but and we should be using them. That's exactly what they're there for. We should be using them in a readable way. So creating aliases for them is a much better way of doing it. Yeah, so the only time we're interested in is here. And actually, it's not diff x we're interested in. That should be diff y, not diff x. That's diff x. That should be diff y, yeah. Okay. So I did this for about another hour and a half. And then we'll play some Jackbox. I think we'll just do Jackbox for now because I'm really tired. My eyes are starting to itch now, which is fucking horrible. Try and resisting the urge to just rub them a lot. Okay, that's not right, is it? Because that hasn't updated them at all. Or has it? Actually, yes, it has. Okay, yeah, it has actually. Oh, the problem is if we're okay. If we're below, it shouldn't be doing anything. So if we're up here, it shouldn't be doing this. It should be doing none of this. So that is basically down to the positions. So what needs to happen is if we are in a position where the difference between the turret and the okay, we actually need to skip based on certain things. So once we've worked out the difference of the y, we need to skip if difference y is negative and the turret is facing up. We need to skip, and vice versa for the other one. So it's going to be a little bit tricky to think about. So I'm going to do that. We'll do that here because at this point we've stored everything we need here. So skip if relatively below turret, i.e. not in its 180 arc. So that means what we need to do is we need to, first of all, we need to check which way we're facing, which way the turret's facing. We have that in data, stat flags, comma y, and we need to add that with flag aim turret is down. Let's call this aim done. Thank you very much, Andy, for the gift sub to Eldritch. Cheers as ever. Okay, aim down. So if we're aiming down, then the difference needs to be. Well, actually, we can very quickly just check it, right? So we take the difference, and if it's minus, we jump to aim done. Or actually, if it's let's jump to. Would it be exit? Yes. And then this would be the other way around for this one. And if I've got this the wrong way around, I'll just flip the labels or I'll flip these around, whatever. Should the cross still be visible? Yes, the cross is visible. It's just frozen. Doesn't move. You're so mean. He's so mean. The thing is they should show in a position though, so they should initialize into a position, which they're not doing. See now that they are, but if I move, like if I come into this screen straight away, you'll see they don't initialize. So this one's initialized because I'm within range, but I'm not in range of any of these, so they're not initializing with anything. So only when I start getting into range do they start initializing. So we need an initial position for them. Okay, so initial position, which means we need to actually display something. We need a position to be set on these values at some point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these values here. I'm going to take those like that, and I'm going to grab the add function up here. This is where we actually add the sprite in, and we give it the proper sprite index, and then I'm just going to add. So create frame and then add position. So by default, they will have a proper position. Vision for All, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Have a vodka. Raspberry on top of raspberry for me. It's JJ Whiteley raspberry Russian vodka with R White's raspberry lemonade. So it's raspberry lemonade and vodka. And it's delicious. Okay. So we need a position. So we're going to take our Sprite Expos, which we've calculated. We're going to subtract a value from it. What that value is going to be, well, it can just be the first value in the array. We don't need to look at anything kind of crazy in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab ATAN table X like that. And then here, I'm going to do the same again. I'm going to do ATAN table Y. The X is the same because we've got those things. Just going to remove all the other stuff in here. So it's just setting the position, and that should give us a default position now. Again, dynamic code, so it doesn't matter that we're... they currently probably will still aim even if they're destroyed. No, they shouldn't. They should stop aiming. But they'll probably have an aim. They'll probably still have the sprite there, so we need to remove the sprite as well. But that, again, that's a quick fix. We'll do that in a second. See, now they've all got an aim in. The one down there is actually aimed in a funny direction. That's probably because I've just entered the screen. It thinks I'm somewhere. But you can see now they're initialized whenever I come in the screen now. Now, at the moment, they're all initialized to face this way, except the one that's in range. The one that's in range, for some reason, has been put here like that. And I think that's probably because when I first enter the screen, I'm actually in range and it thinks I'm down here. Because if you look, when I scroll in, I am actually down here. I'm in this corner, right? So if you imagine the turret pointing at me, I'm here. So as soon as I enter the screen, this turret thinks I'm down here and points at me. And it's only when one frame has passed that it sets the new position. So I think what we need to do is we need to make sure that the player center X and left and right is updated straight away, or these are not updated until one frame later. I mean, it doesn't matter hugely, but it's something I would like to kind of fix because it just looks a bit weird, doesn't it, when they're all facing one direction except the one that I'm in range of. So, and it may cause us problems later on if I don't fix that. So that center X and that center Y, that gets updated in here. And that gets updated on a control. But the thing is, the player is frozen when we move between screens. So this will not happen. But we still need to do the calculations. So I think what is probably worth doing here is keeping this stuff in position, but moving this stuff down to here. So we still do the calculations that we need to set these values, but we don't actually do any control. We exit before we do some control. And that should fix that issue. Create global thread screen. Yeah, we could do that, but again, it depending on when things update, you could get the turrets update, then the control update, even though the screen change is done at that point. one value is being read before it's been set properly. So this way, at least you know that the control is being set all the time. Although it's not worked for some reason. Interestingly, why might that be? Let's have a look. Well, that's definitely saved. Oops. Place center X, place center Y. Those are the values it's reading. Is this value? Maybe this is not being called while the screen is moving. In which case, we just need to call that while the screen is moving. That's fine. Which is in the game loop. So I'm gonna have a look because the game loop itself has the screen scroll stuff in it, I believe. Yeah, it will be. That'll be what it is. Which means it wouldn't matter even if it done the screen done, because I think it's doing that anyway. Control is only happening when the screen is done. It's just that this is happening after the map code has been run, and because of the dynamic nature of the code, we can never guarantee that one piece of code will run before another. Where's the game? There it is. Game loop. Okay, so we have this game loop, and this has a scroll frame in here. So this is where the map is actually scrolling. And so this is what happens if the map is not scrolling, jumps to here, and it does all this crap here. And one of the things it does in here is player control. Now, player control is, as I showed before, it does some calculations and then lets you control. But if we put... actually, we could separate this into two. If we did... fetch pos, and then I could put that in here as well. So if I do all of this, jump frame, exit, blah, 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 do all of this crap, but scrolling map direction. Yeah, so do fetch pos like that, and then if I split this into two, so this becomes control. Oops. Fetch pos and control, right? So that should still work the same now, but the fetch pos should happen continually, meaning we should get the proper behavior this time. Better add do. Guys, give me hiccups there. I think it's the bubbles. God, I feel so tired as well. I definitely only going to do an hour of Jackbox. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. And now they're all facing the same way, which is great. And as we move closer, they start to aim. And once we get into the arc range of the turrets on the top there, will aim towards us. So the only thing we need to do is just change the distance, because you can see when the turrets are aiming, they're aiming kind of slightly differently. So you can see for a start there, the top turret and the bottom turret, they're aiming completely differently. They're offset in different ways. Secondly, the left and right positions are going to be off. Now, one thing is to bear in mind is that the sprite itself is 3 pixels wide, so that needs to be adjusted. So there will need to be a little bit of adjustment for each of these, but we can do that. There needs to adjunct to the sprites when the screen shake. Oh, yeah, I spotted that. I don't mind that. I think it's all right. I quite like the look of it actually. Do these? Oh, they don't explode, do they? It's only the mines. Yeah, I don't mind that behavior. I think that's all right. Because it's the same with if you look at the ship doesn't move either. I think that's all right. Otherwise, you get into a really weird situation where you've got the multiplexer then has to also take into account the positions of screen shakes, and then you get into all sorts of weird overhead for it as well. And I don't think it needs it. I think it looks nice. That disconnect between the two gives it a bit of feeling of a feeling of kind of motion, if you like there's some kind of disconnect between the object and the object that's moving and the object that's that it's attached to. Just so you don't have to. Well, it wouldn't be points to do that. It would, because that wouldn't be a coding run. That's just a feature suggestion. Yeah, nobody's had any points tonight. Actually, disappointed. Come on, guys. Oh, I'm really struggling. I'm not going to get much of that vodka drunk, I don't think, but I'm going to give it a go. I know you've tried tonight, though. All right, let's do some adjustments. So let's start with the left and right adjustment, because that's going to be the easy one, because it's going to be the same for both. And you can see there, we just need to move the sprite to the left like 2 pixels or something. So let's go into our macros and just check, is it in here? No, it's not in here. It's in oh no, it is in this one. Yeah, it's here. There we go. So our sprite X position is here, so we just need to adjust this bit here, basically. So let's just move it back by 2. Give that a try. This is only my 3rd drink as well. 3.5 I've had, because I drank half a glass of that wine and I ended up throwing it away. I've not drank a lot tonight at all. I'm struggling to drink at the moment with the antihistamines, and I don't feel myself 100% at the moment. I always feel a little bit cloudy and foggy in my head. Okay, so left and right looks fine. It's maybe off by 1 pixel, but I mean, it's going to be the same regardless of what I do. If I move it to the right one, it's going to be off on the other side, just because it's an odd number. The thing itself is 3 pixels wide. We're trying to position that based on. Actually, can that work? So if I was to position it flush to the other side, that would be -15. If I wanted it to be +12. Oh, it could work, actually. 3.5 pots of vodka, that would make you drowsy. Yeah, that would be guaranteed sleepy times. I think that's fine. I'm not going to mess too much with that. What I'm more interested in is the top and bottom alignments. Now you can see they're both off. So actually, I think the bottom one is about right now. But if it's at the top, it needs to be changed. Because if you go at the top and it comes across to point straight down, you can see it's very far away from the thing, so it needs adjusting. Which means it just needs to be nudged down. So you can see here it's down by about 1 pixel. I think it probably needs to be 1 on here as well. So let's see what happens. So if they're pointing down, we basically need to change that value. So that's this value here. And we can get that from is aimed down. There we go. So if it's aiming down, that number is going to be 1. If it's aiming, is it going to be 1? No, it's going to be 2, isn't it? Because is aimed down. Wait. Add aim turret. Is aimed down. See constants, isn't it? I think I made it 2. Ooh, I feel like this is a bit. All right, that's fine. So I could do this. I could do is aim down, and that would probably fix it. However, I don't like the fact that we don't know what this value is. We're relying on this being the same all the time. If we don't decide to change that, then this changes hugely. So this would probably be something more like that. And I don't know if that's going to work in Get a Kick assembler. We'll give it a try. Okay, apparently it does. Okay. How many years take to become a developer? 0. The moment you open an IDE and you write a piece of code, you're a developer. It depends on what you mean by developer, you see. You can learn to write basic things in a matter of a couple of hours. If you want to write more complex stuff, then obviously you need. Yeah, it doesn't like this. Can't get. Oh, it is looking for a boolean from this. Okay, so if I just do. If you want to write more complicated stuff, then obviously it takes more time. What I always say to people is it just comes down to practice. Learning any language, whether it's a linguistic language or a programming language, it comes down to practice. The more you do it, the easier it will get. You'll learn to do things on your first day programming that will amaze you, and after a while, they'll become second nature. So I've been coding for 37 years now, 37, 38 years. But it's been on and off, and it's been various languages, and there's some languages I'm good at, there's some languages I'm terrible at. It just comes down to practice. If you're determined enough, if you find something that you want to do, don't code. My advice would be don't code something. Once you've gone through the basic tutorials and you want to do something to learn, what's up to the SID? It should work. I haven't done anything to them. Once you've gone through the basics and you're looking for something to do, don't just do something because it uses what you've learned. Do something because it's what you want to do, and always do something that's just a little bit harder than you think you can do. This is why I do games. I do games because I can always find something in a language that allow me to learn a little bit more. So say I learned something new, and I've learned how to, let's say, just draw lines. I've learned how to draw lines in 2D on a canvas. So I'll make a game that contains lines and circles. So I'll stretch myself a little bit, and I'll try and learn how to do lines and circles and animations. So I'll always be doing something a little bit more. But games are good because I enjoy playing games. I like game design. I've got a kind of thing for game design. So I do that because it gives me ideas of things I want to do. And there's always something I can't do that I have to learn how to do. So, but as for 6502, you could argue 40 years. But I mean, honestly, I came back to this 3 or 4 years ago, about 4 years ago now, and barely remembered anything. And it only took me, I mean, all right, I had done it before, but it only took me a couple of months to get back into it. And now I'm doing all right. So, can I hack games? Depends what you mean. I mean, yes. I mean, my job is really as a hacker, but it's not really hacking games. It's hacking websites. So, but we have done game dissections before, where we've gone through Commodore games, showed how they work, showed how to create infinite live cheats and stuff. And the same things apply to games in. Yeah, this is right as well. That's not actually done anything, has it? The same applies to games in on other platforms as well. They all work basically the same way. So let's change. Let's make this a large number. Let's just make sure this is working first. Yeah, I do want to do some more dissect stuff again. It's just I don't enjoy the dissecting and reverse engineering stuff quite as much as I do writing new stuff. Um, I find it I can find it a bit dull at times. Especially when some developers write code in ways that's just horrible to work with. So I don't enjoy trying to decipher what the hell they were thinking when they wrote it. Okay, so that is working. We just need to get the values right. So let's put a value in. So there is a piece of code I dissected. I reverse engineered some time ago for somebody. I haven't got around to finishing it yet. I fully reverse engineered it, but I've been adding new features to it and converting it from to cartridge and stuff. And honestly, I just don't enjoy it, even though it's an ambitious project and it's a fun project in terms of the actual the code that I'm working with. But I haven't actually done. I wouldn't say I enjoy it as much as I enjoy making games. Do you do any trainers on those dissect videos? I did Infinite Lives and things like that on a few things. We did a couple where we changed the. I think there was like the last V8. We changed the way the car's controlled and stuff like that. We did some bug fixes on Bubble Bobble and stuff. Yeah. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm quite happy with that. Those top and bottom turrets now look to be even. They're about what I would expect. Everything's pointing the right way. That's good. Okay, so that's actually taken a lot longer than I thought it was going to take. I'm going to take a short break now, and then for the next hour, we're just going to add in the bullets. The bullets should be a bit easier, but I'm completely not saying it's going to be easy because I just have a funny feeling it's not going to be. Thank you very much for the Bitstocks. I missed that completely. Which bug did we fix? There was, but the continues, yeah. So the thing is, the version that's on CSDB is broken, and I refuse to put the full version on it. So if somebody wants the fully working version, I might have put the fully working version on. There was a bug in it in the bug fix that I did, in that I overwrote some level code. So I wanted to fix it and replace it, which I did. But CSDB won't let you take down something if you've released it. So even though it's broken, they won't let you take it down. They've got such stupid fucking rules on that site. It's annoying. But yeah, the Bubble Bobble had a problem with 2 players. So if sorry, was it 2 players or is it 1 player? Yeah, one. If you're on 1 player mode and you die, you have to basically be holding down the fire button in order to get a continue. It's only if you're in 2 player mode that you can get the continue, because it allows you to, because the second player's on the screen, you've got time to press continue. So yeah, in 1 player mode, it's really difficult to continue. You've basically got to hold down the fire button when you die, which is hard because you need to know when you're going to die as well, because it's like almost instant. So we did a fix where we just added a little countdown timer to the continue, so you didn't immediately lose the continue. You could carry on. Did you hack the file system? It doesn't really work like that. It's a single load game, so basically the game is loaded into 64 kilobytes, and I wrote a piece of code which I thought I'd put in a blank area of memory, but it wasn't a blank area of memory. It was just an area of level code that happened to have blank space in it. But then it meant that once you got to like level 45 or 46 or something, the levels got corrupted and you couldn't play the game properly again. So you quoting Jurassic Park there. All right, cool. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes. I'll be as quick as I can. I shall leave you with the quizzes. If I remember the right button, there it is, and I'll be back as quick as I can. Be right back. I can tell I'm not with it. I'm looking for the headphones to put on, and I don't use headphones at the moment. All right, I say that, and I'm going to have another vodka, so I'm not helping myself. Okay. So I'm pretty happy with this now. Actually, I think I'm going to move the turret in by 1 pixel. So I'm going to reduce the radius by 1 because I think they're a bit closer than we've got them there. It'll also they'll look a bit more attached when the screen shake happens. Yeah. And then we're going to make the bullet shoot. Now, I think this is probably one of the things we don't have fully working at the moment, which is oh, it's actually updated at all. Doesn't look like it's updated. Oh, really? Oh, it's too close, wasn't it? Fuck. Oh no, that is all right. All right, fair enough. It does look like it's too. I think it does need moving. Oh no, that's probably about right actually. That's fine. All right. Um, so what we need to do now is every couple of seconds, it needs to fire some bullets off. So we're going to create some new systems inside the aim turret function. We've still got plenty of room in here. Aim turret is still only using, just maybe a third of the space we've got to use. And remember that at least half of that is being used by these tables, which we're going to reuse for this. So actually, the code itself is not that big. Sony Merch, did you ever think to 3D print helpful Caesar in most cases, keyboard stands? No, that's not a bad idea. Yes, this is the thing. I was just thinking that with the turret, I'm not sure because it's the same on both sides, right? If you look there, actually, let's make this bigger. Let's see if we can figure this out. Maybe there's a thing we can do. How many pixels is that away from there? And is this the full width? All right, so that is the full width. That looks like there's 2 pixels gap there. I'm going to say 2 pixels. It's 1 pixel at the top and then 1 pixel. But you see, that's the problem. It's 2 pixels and 1 pixel. We can't really. What can I do to change that? I can't really do much about that. That has to be. That has to be a negation problem, right? Actually, let's see. Yeah, let's see if we can fix that before we go. So that could be down to this bit in here. So when we reverse, it's this here. We're assuming that the carry flag is clear at this point. Let's have a look. Well, yeah, it should be clear, right? Let's clear it anyway, just in case that is the problem. I don't think it is, but oh, shouldn't be the problem. I don't think, but we'll just double check. I'll give you some. If we've, yeah, I'm going to give you some game points because I think you're right. From a game design point of view, we shouldn't just be ignoring that. I think we should be fixing that. So I'm going to give you 5. It's not really a code thing, but I think you've tried hard tonight. I feel like a patronizing primary school teacher. You've tried hard tonight, Andrew. Well done. See, it looks further now. It does look worse than it really is. I'm not entirely sure why. It's also slightly different depending on angles, and so it's kind of tricky. Oh, could it be? Could it be that this value is being truncated? This value in this table is being truncated because the value that we're passing in here, this entire value is a float value, right? So what happens is when it tries to pass a float value in it just turns it to an integer. It's basically doing this, right? It's casting it as an integer. Whereas what we should be doing is we should be rounding that value. So if the value is 18.99, it becomes 19, not. Could it be a precision problem? I think that's exactly what we're doing here. I think that probably deserves 5 points as well. Yeah. If this works, I'll give Andy 5 points for drawing attention to it, but I'm going to give you 5 points if this works, and I think it might work. Although I've been pissing around with the values elsewhere now as well, haven't I? So I need to make sure I. My eyesight's not great. I wonder if. I guess hives could do that though as well. I guess I could be. It could be itchiness in the eyes, making my eyes watery and blurry. But my eyesight is not good. There's something weird going on. Yeah, that seems to have worked. If you look at the bottom one there, it seems to be the same on both sides now. So it looks a bit further out on that side. I think we need to correct. Right, I'm going to give you 5 points because I think that was. I think you were correct. It is definitely an issue there, and I think we can probably fix some of these issues by changing these values a little bit in here. Problem is, it's always going to be at least 1 pixel out because the sprite itself is 3 pixels wide. So you'd have to change the position based on whether it was on the left or the right. So actually, that might be. Yeah, it might have to change whether it's on the left or right as well. Okay. My God, I die every time to them. I cannot seem to avoid them. That looks like two. Oh, is that better? Yeah, I think that might be right now. Diabetes seen for high blood sugar, vision distortion, and being able to unfocus. Oh God, okay. Yeah, I think. I can see there. Actually, they're not the same, are they? It needs to be different on left and right. But yeah, it is. It is partly precision, which is the rounding, but also partly because we've got an odd-sized sprite, so we're trying to float it in the middle. So to make it look right, we need to make sure that if we flick it over to the other side, that it's actually moved over by more than one. So actually, if we do invert that value, we probably shouldn't add one to it, or we add two to it, something like that. Hang on. So in this bit here, where we do not that one, this one here. Ah, crap. It needs, yeah, see, this one or this one needs to add one extra to it. It's essentially what this is doing. Oh, hang on. I know. If I do, because we've got this value here, we've got this defect, so we can just do the same with the defect. So if we just take, and then if that is positive, we don't do anything. Otherwise, what we can do is we can increment a term x by 1. I should do, I think. Yeah. Good night, Mocha You like, oh, the force field. You like the force field stuff? What have I done wrong there? Oh, jump distance too far. God, really? That one extra line has broken that. Fine. That one, all right. The only reason a cat has that temperature is because it lies on everything that it can in order to that generates heat. Why not use BCS? What do you mean? Huh? Because it was an illegal jump distance. That's why. Yeah. It's just an illegal jump distance. That's the only reason I went in and changed it. It's 100, yeah. They do like to lie on ridiculous. That's why they kept lying on top of my NAS. I've got a NAS drive on top of my computer, so my computer's obviously outputting heat out the top. I put the NAS drive on so the cats wouldn't sit on top of the computer. So I put my laptop and the NAS drive there, and the laptop's got some stuff on top of it. But the NAS drive is a nice kind of 15 by 20 centimeter square area that's obviously quite warm because it's got loads of hard drives that are constantly on and they sit on top of it. So that's why I put the spikes on top of it. Sounds evil, but they're like tiny little plastic. Not even really spikes. They're more like nodules. It's just to make it uncomfortable for cats to sit on, and they don't sit on them now. But now what they do is they walk around the back and pull the network cables out, which is a bit frustrating. But okay, that looks correct. That looks correct. That looks correct. That's better. There we go. So the other problem we had was even though the rounding was causing one issue, but the other issue was that the sprite that we're actually moving was 3 pixels by 3 pixels. So you to position it properly, you need to position its distance from the center of the turret to the center of that sprite. Well, the center of the turret is fine because the turret is an even number. It's 16 by 16. So the center of that is exactly in the middle of 2 pixels. It's on a border of 2 pixels, but the middle of the sprite is in the center of a pixel. It's not on the border of 2 pixels. It's in the center. So one of our cats sat behind my girlfriend's laptop. Yeah, I've seen some pretty innovative stuff for laptops as well. Like I've seen one which was claws. You put some up-facing claws that come out the back of your laptop, then they won't sit at the back of your laptop. One, because there's something in the way, but two, because it confuses them because it looks like cat paws. I need to do it on top of the computer that I've got on a shelf over there. I find it precarious that it's on a shelf anyway, even though it's bolted to the wall with like 5-inch screws in the wall. It's not coming out, but I don't like the fact that it's on a shelf like that. It bothers me. I've kind of made my peace with it, but the cat likes getting on top of it. And it's like, I just feel like one day it's going to try and jump off in a funny way and end up pushing it just doesn't feel right. So now I've got to do some spikes and put them up there as well. Anyway, I'm happy with that now. It looks to be exactly the same distance on that side from that side. So all we had to do was just make sure that when we flip that value, that we account for that extra half pixel that is going to be there by not adding the 1 on that side, basically. Or actually, in this case, in the case of this particular, what was it? Actually adding 1 to the value of that 8 times. So if the number was negative, then instead of shifted it 3 pixels and minus 3 pixels, you shift it 3 pixels and minus 4, and it just fixes that thing. Now they need to kill. Yeah, I thought you thought with cannonballs. What the fuck? What are you on about? What have you been drinking? Dogs just sit on the floor or near. Yeah, that's true. Actually, dogs don't have the dexterity to to climb up on anything. Although they do like to climb on the back of the sofa. I've noticed that. I mean, I haven't had a dog for a while, but when I did have a dog, it liked to climb and sit on the back of the sofa, which is really weird. Oh, the treats I got. Okay, cool. Right, they need to shoot, indeed. So we're going to add a little bit of extra data in here now. So we're going to add one thing into here, which is going to be shoot timer. And the shoot timers are basically going to be values that count down when they hit 0. That turret can shoot. If a turret is shooting, its value will reset to the moment a turret shoots, its value gets reset to whatever the maximum value will be, and it will stay that value until the bullet has disappeared. When the bullet has disappeared, that turret can start shooting again. Actually, is that going to be the right way to do it? Maybe that's not the right way to do it. I'm trying to think from a logistical point of view. Because what we want, we've got 4 turrets. We want 2 bullets at a time to be fired. So with 4 turrets, that means we want 2 of them turrets to shoot, 2 of them not to shoot. The order that they shoot in will be based entirely on the order that they're initialized in, which actually means we do need to initialize these in a slightly different order. We need to initialize them in this order. So what will happen is all of these turrets will count down. They'll all reach 0 at the same time. When they reach 0, if a player is within range, it will shoot at them. Only 2 bullets can be fired at once. So the first 2 will shoot, and then the other 2 will just have to wait until those bullets have gone. So what will happen is the first 2 will shoot, and then the second 2's values will just sit at 0. The first 2's will get reset to whatever the maximum value will be. Let's make a value. Let's put it here. Let's call it fire weight. It's not really a fire rate because the fire rate would imply that a higher number would mean it would fire quicker. That's not what we're going to do. This is going to be based on how a timer that ticks down rather than a fire rate. So the turrets will always start with a value of 0. So we want, when we add a value in, we'll start. That means they can immediately shoot. When they've shot, they have to wait before they can shoot again, and that's where this timer comes in. This timer will update in the update loop. So the more turrets you have, the slower the turrets will fire. Which sounds kind of like it's gonna cause problems when you've got lots of turrets, but actually that kind of benefits us because what it means is we're not going to have turrets all fighting to shoot at the same time. That it is actually going to make them stagger out kind of nicely. It's not an animation, so that's absolutely fine to do it like that. But it does mean we need to make sure that that is reset when we add. So when we add, we need to make sure that we put 0 into shoot timer, comma y. Right. Before we go any further, what I want to do is just check what happens when we destroy these turrets, because they should stop doing the turret thing. We need to make sure that that's right. Let's give these a couple of shots. Yeah, so we've still got that there, but it isn't moving. So it does stop aiming, but it still displays. So what happens if we leave the screen and come back? Oh, god damn it. Leave the screen and come back in. Yeah, it still adds these in. So we need to make sure that when the turret is removed, that this gets removed as well. So that's easy enough to do because we have a remove function. Let's close all of those. Should be removed and made inactive. Here we go. So at this point here, we're actually removing things from the screen. So the other thing we need to do is we need to load data.sprite index y. We need to transfer that into the X register. Can we use the X register here? Yeah, we can. We're using it there, so that's fine. So actually, we can do that directly like that. And then we need to, I think we can just put 47, I think, is the blank. Do we actually have a constant for that? No, I feel like there should be a constant for that. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, we include it directly into this. Oh, okay, yeah. Actually, that's probably the best way to do it. Yeah, let's do it like that because then we're not relying on the sprites in the other area. So we do. Let's call it blank sprites. So we just need to make sure that there is a blank sprite here, and then we're going to go and add. Let's call it empty sprite, else it's going to get mixed up with the pointer. Okay, so empty sprite. What the hell is this? I don't have a skip button anymore. I need to sort my UI out. So I hope you've not put any terrible, terrible, terrible things in. Do you actually know what you've been picking, or have you just picked random things here? There you go, empty sprite. Cool, right, there we go. So we're just creating an empty sprite there. And hopefully that should. You pick superheroes. Did you? Oh, Batman, Superman. All right. Okay. Interesting. So we've got about half an hour left, and then we're going to do some Jackbox party games. I'd say we're just going to do about an hour, so I'm not going to do too many. I'm not going to go off the beat and track too much. I think we'll just play the ones that we know. We're definitely going to start with Murder Trivia Pipes. That's just cool. And then we'll after that we'll see. I'm not sure. I feel fucking awful. I really do need to recover a little bit. I might have to take Tuesday off. If I feel like this on Tuesday, I'm definitely not going to stream. It's the lack of sleep as well that's been doing it. Like I can kind of deal with the itching. Like now I've got like itchy kind of tops of my arms at the moment. I can kind of deal with that. But what really gets to me is when it happens in the middle of the night. I just wake up randomly at like 3:00 in the morning, and I feel like there's ants all over my shins or something like that, and it'll be just some random place. And that's it. I just can't get back to sleep again. So that's it. I go to bed at midnight, and I'm up 3 hours later, and I can't get back to sleep. I haven't stayed in bed past 10:00 in two months or so now, which is bad for me. That's really bad, especially when I go to bed as late as I do sometimes. On the weekends, I'm even getting. I got up this morning at. God, what time is it this morning? It must have been like 5:00, 5:30, or something like that. It's not good. I forgot what I'm checking now. Oh yeah, if they remove properly. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. And if I leave the screen, come back in. And it works exactly as you would expect. So there is consistency to what's going on in these screens with the moving. So as I leave this screen, this will disappear, this will disappear, these two dots will disappear, because these are either dynamic objects, so things that move, which these do. In this case, they're sprites. Or they're things that weren't originally on the screen. So these things were never originally part of the screen. So as I leave the screen, those things disappear and reappear. I like it because it's all predictable. Everything's working as I would expect it to work, and it's working well. Right, we've got about half an hour. Yeah, face it. No, it's fine. Honestly, I don't think I would sleep right now. I'm too itchy. It's going to take me another hour or two to get to sleep. But my problem is more that I'm finding it hard to kind of focus properly. So a game will help me relax a little bit, and then after that game, I'll probably just go and probably have a cold shower for half an hour and see if 15 minutes or something. Half an hour cold shower would fucking kill me. See if that, because cold showers seem to help with the itch as well. They seem to get rid of it. There we go. Anyway. Sounds cold, yeah. I've had so many so many cold showers over the past few weeks as well. No, calamine lotion doesn't seem to help me very much. The best thing I've found is this E45 anti-itch cream. I don't know what's in it, but it's really soothing. Especially if I put it in the fridge as well. So if I keep it in the fridge and then use that, it seems to help. But the problem is, I'm chasing it around my body. That's the horrible thing. Like when I started the night, it was on the tops of my feet and my forearms. It's been on my inner thighs and my face, and the top of my head it was as well. And now it feels like it's in round my eyes, and it's on the tops of my arms, and on my knees as well. I can't win. Like I deal with it in one location. I put cream on it, and then it moves to somewhere else. It's painful. It's fucking annoying. I know that. Okay. So right, let's make them shoot then. Okay. So actually, making them shoot is going to be quite simple. So let's start with the timer, and then let's let's add the bullets in. The bullets themselves will be quite easy, so they need a little data structure as well. So let's put a structure in here. Let's call it bullets. We're going to nest this inside here because this needs to be a few things as well. So this is also going to have a next in it. So it's going to work exactly the same way as the other one. There's going to be a max number of bullets as well, and that's going to be 2. And what does a bullet need? Well, a bullet needs a next position, and this needs to be a sprite. So this needs to be have an XMSB as well. And this needs to be fill, not byte. It needs to be fill max bullets. What else do we need? We need a YPOS, which doesn't need an MSB. And we need a vector as well. So we need a delta, basically. So let's call it delta X. Let's call it delta X. Yeah, let's call it delta X, and delta X frac is the way to do it. So each of these deltas is going to have an integer portion and a fractional portion as well, which the fractional portion makes sure that we can use the table that we created before to do this, because this is going to move. It's not going to move in one of 8 directions, which is what, if you didn't have fractions, you would have to make it do. It's going to be able to move in any direction based on where it's aiming. So it needs these fractional values. Now, it looks like we've got a lot in here, but there's only 2 bytes for each one of these. So actually, this is not as big as it looks. So what does that give us? That gives us an X position, a Y position, and a direction of movement. What else is it going to need to do? Well, it's going to need to know if it hits scenery. So it's going to need to know if it hits the wall. That's going to have to be something we do. We're going to have to calculate on the fly there. I don't think we can do that any other way. So we're going to have to, every time we update a bullet, we're going to have to convert this into a character location and a screen lookup, and then check it. But it's only 2 bullets. It should be easy to do. We're going to need to check it against the player, and we're going to need to check it against bullets as well. So checking it against bullets is pretty easy to do, because actually all we really need to do there is check it against walls, check it against things that are non-passable. So things that are passable are character 0. We'll go and have a look at the character set. Character 0, and anything from this point onwards. So this is actually decals. Oh no, sorry. This is this decals? This might be. Oh no, yeah. This is decals. This is particles. So anything from this point onwards. So anything in here is considered solid. So anything that gets loaded into this area gets considered solid. Now, I'm not sure how the bullets will work on that. Bullets may or may not be considered solid. I don't think they will, actually. If you were to shoot a bullet... Well, bullets can hit walls, so there has to be some solidity to them, but I think that's because they're checked. So there might have to be an additional check in the bullets to check if it's hitting a sprite as well. But that's fine. We do have a bullet to sprite check because we can shoot the door switch in another room. So there is a check to do that. So the functionality is there. So we need to check the turret's bullets against our bullets, against the wall, and against the player. And that's all we really need to do. Oh, we need to flash the bullet as well. Yeah, you can shoot them. Yeah, exactly. That's why I need to say we need to check against the bullets as well. So what we'll do is every frame, we will take its current position. We will add our delta values to it to create a new position. We will update the sprite to put it into that new position. And Actually, we'll update the sprite at the end, but we will have a position that we can update the sprite with at that point. But then we will check that position. We will convert that position into character position, so we'll know which square on the map we're looking at. So we'll know whereabouts we're looking at in the map. We'll be able to see which point the bullet is on. If that is a non-zero, in other words, if it's a passable character, in other words, if it's blank space, this zero here, or it's one of those characters said before, so that's particles, bullets, things like that, it will just ignore and wait for other checks. Otherwise, what it will do, it will disappear. That bullet will be removed, and another bullet can be spawned. If once that check has been done, we then need to check against sprite. So we'll check against the player sprite, and we'll check against. Actually, we need to check against bullets. The bullets themselves need to check against them. I think we need to figure that out. There needs to be another weird check in there, I think. Okay, let's start by just making them shoot. If we can just make them shoot, it doesn't matter if they continue to shoot forever. Just loop around the screen or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Let's just make them actually shoot. So the other thing we're going to need in here as well is an active count as well. So the reason we need an active count is because we need to know, is there space to launch another bullet? If there's already 2 bullets, if there's already maximum number of bullets, then we don't fire another bullet. We just wait until this goes down. When a bullet is removed, this gets taken down and we carry on. That means we need to reset those values when we start the screen as well. So we'll do that in here, I think. Oh, no, we can do it here. Here we go. So we need to do bullets.next and bullets.activeCount. Okay, so let's go ahead and try and spawn one. So when we do an update, we see if we need to remove the turret. We then aim the turret, and then we can do a shoot turret, we'll call it. So we've got aim the turret, so we're just going to add shoot the turret in here. So how do we know we can shoot the turret? Well, the first thing we need to know is the active count, right? So we're going to take data bullets active count, and we're going to compare that to max bullets. And if that is less than the max bullets, we can continue. Otherwise, we don't do anything. So let's put a note in here to say, is there a free bullet? Space. Okay. So if there is a free bullet, then what do we need to do? Okay, so we need to check, first of all, is the turret that we want to fire ready to actually shoot? So that is this value. Where is it? Here, shoot timer. Is this 0? We've got the index in Y. And if that's equal to 0, then we can shoot. If there are bullets free and we can't shoot yet, then we need to tick this timer down. So what that means is all the timers are reset to 255, and there's no bullets. Well, let's say 2 are set to 100 and the rest are on 255. everything will tick down. When the two that are on 100 reach 0, they will shoot. That means the two that are now on 155 will just pause. They will just sit and wait there. They won't continue to tick down. And the reason that's important is what we don't want to do is get to the point where if we stagger the bullet timings, two that fire, say some fire, we don't want the other ones to, while the bullets are moving through the screen, to continue to tick down, because then we end up just basically compressing everything back down into the same space of time. We want to keep everything staggered equally. So when bullets are being fired, things get paused. When there's no space for any more bullets to fire, things get paused. Then that way we don't actually lose the staggering that we put in. Is this C? No, it's 6502 assembly with a few kind of C-like structures, C and JavaScript type structures in there. Basically macro and assembler stuff that allows us to do things like add scope and labels and constants and stuff that you wouldn't normally see, or you wouldn't expect to see in assembly. Yeah, there you go. Actually, it's Sublime Text 4 now that I'm using, but everything else is pretty much the same. And my voice is going as well. I think I'm starting to get it in the throat as well. God damn it. I can't fucking win, can I? I just constantly feel like shit. All right. So yeah, if the bullets are, if the timer is down to 0, then we can shoot. If it's not, then we need to tick it down. I think we can do this. I'm not sure actually. Let me just check the opcodes for that. I can never remember with some of them, like the rarer codes that you might use might not always have might not have the addressing modes that you want. Decrease absolute X or absolute Y. Yeah, see, there isn't an absolute Y, so I can't do that. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I can just .cosmos. Okay, so we subtract from it there, and then we return. So this ensures that as long as there are space for bullets, we still count down. I don't think that works. Tried less. Oh, did I try? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna force you to play that on stream one day, Andy. And everybody stayed. Nobody goes home until Andy completes it. I really do feel like a primary school teacher with you tonight. I don't know why. I feel like telling you off, making you sit in the corner. Sorry, Andy. I love you, really. Okay, so we can shoot. In that case, what do we do? Then we increment data active count, because now we're adding a sprite to the screen. So we're all going to die. Yeah. I would never do that, because I know we'd still be here 5 years from now. I'd say I watched Epic Neon Ninja Monkey play .cosmos Game Boy, and he completed it in one sitting. He played. I think it took him about two hours. I want to say 2.5 hours. So he played it through. He died a lot. Like went back to the beginning a lot. Got quite frustrated with it. But he seemed to really enjoy it, and he actually played it. I think he completed it in about 2.5 hours or so. It's kind of cool. You have the Game Boy one, but no Game Boy. You need one of these. You need one of these. Lovely little thing. Or a Game Boy Advance. Okay, so add the bullet here. So add bullet. Hey, CB Mix. How you doing? Okay, so what do we need to do to add the bullet? Right, well, we know know which way the turret is firing because we have the sprite. Actually, no, we don't. We need to store that index, don't we? We need that index into the array. So that's something else we're going to put in here. We're going to have the ATAN index in here. This array is getting quite big. This data structure is getting quite big, but it really doesn't matter because it's dynamic code. This is why the dynamic code is really useful. We can kind of go overboard. We can really over-engineer these things and yeah, I think you can get it digitally now. I'm in another month or two. I'm gonna put it on my itch.io. But I said to Jamie that I wouldn't put it directly on itch.io. I'd let people come through the site first. But eventually, I do want to put it on itch.io. I want all the stuff I've done to be on itch.io. But I will, of course, allow it to stand there for a while. I missed a couple of follows. Tell no or tell zero or tell no. Thank you for the follow. And Daniel Luff. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So we just need to store this value whenever we do an update. We need to make sure that value gets stored as well. So that's the index that we generate in all of this crap here. So this X value here, basically. So it's in the accumulator as well here at this point. So we're going to store that at data.atan index, y. And that's just going to make sure that if we need to shoot something from this, we know exactly what angle we're looking at, what the deltas are for this thing. So when we do this this routine, isn't Gardy put this one on as new house. I'm loving it. You can see it's much more. You can kind of see how I've got all my lights set up, and I'm streaming from my couch now. So I've got a desk set up so I can stream from my couch. It's great. Thank you for the advertising, Andy. Appreciate it. I've knocked it down a little bit. So it means I do have cat cam as well. So my cat's sometimes up there. She is up there now, actually. You can't really see her there. Thank you for the bits, Doctor. Appreciate it. But what it means is the way I've got my coffee table set up, my coffee table has a lift top. So I can pull the top towards me and it becomes like a desk. And I have like a back support kind of cushion here as well. So it's more like sitting in an office chair. And I can sit at my TV basically and do my development. I haven't even sat at my computer desks in the 7 weeks that I've been here. I say 8 weeks now. No, 7 weeks. So I've got my computer here, and then when I lift it up, my inside of my table has all my pads in, and then I've got my PlayStation 5, my PlayStation 3, my GameCube, the SNES, the N64, the Famicom, the Wii, the Sega, Dreamcast. What's that? Commodore, Amiga, Jaguar. Oh no, it's a Commodore 128. That piece. Everything's just in front of me here. It's great, and I don't have to unplug anything to plug it all in. I've just got all my HDMI switching here. It's lovely. All I have to do is get up, go over to there, press the right HDMI button, the right composite button, and the right HDMI channel on the TV, and I can have any of 16 or 17 consoles through the TV. It's lovely. I built a new computer, so I built a new water cooling for my computer. So I've got a green theme going on in there now. It's going to be a Mario theme when I'm done. I need to 3D print some Mario figurines as well. No, I mentioned Jaguar. I've actually got an Atari 65XE in there that I need to set up, and also my Atari VCS. So I've got 3 Ataris. And I want a 2600 as well. I want a 2600 and I want a 7800 as well. And then I'll be happy. I don't want an ST. I don't really want to set the 65XE up, but I probably will because I've just got one. Actually, I think it's more like a 130 because I upgraded the memory in it. So So I think it's technically a 130. Right, okay. Let's get some light back on the screen. Go bright, thank you. Okay, shoot the turret, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we need to add the bullet in here. So we're going to increment the active count. Then we're going to grab the next bullet. So we're going to get data, and this is bullets.activeCount. I'm going to do this in X, delete bullets. So it's going to be capitalized. I mean, my consistency is terrible in here. Yeah, it is. All right. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually do the increment in here. So I'm going to increase X, compare X to max bullets. It really doesn't matter where I do it. I just want to make sure that I do it all in one place. So now I know which bullet I'm going to be editing, and I know which turrets come from. So X is the bullet. X equals bullet index. Y equals, oh shit, Y equals turret index. So the start position is pretty easy to get. We can use the multiplexer to grab that because we know from the turret what the multiplexer is. So we can say data dot sprite index comma y. So this gives us the multiplexer index. Now we are going to have to store the X somewhere in order to use this. So let's make sure that we store X. Oh, X is already in here in bullet index, so we can grab that. We don't need to store it. We can just grab it back again in a minute. Oh, actually, it's probably Y we need to store somewhere. Yeah, let's store Y. Because then we can do this, and we've still got the X. Okay, so now we've got the we've got this multiplexer index, so we can go multiplexer data xpos comma y, and we can store that at data dot bullets dot xpos comma x. So this is just going to set the bullets up to be in exactly the same place as the aim thing, so there'll be no difference to the position. Okay, so now we've set the position. What do we need now? We need to set the deltas now. So that means we need to grab some values again from here. So we can grab Y value back again. And this time we're going to grab data.atan index. Is that right? Yep. So that's going to give us the value in the table to look at. So again, we're going to need to store the Y somewhere. So let's just make that Y1 and Y2. So we'll need that back at the end. Probably store this in a temporary variable. Actually, let's do that. Let's store that in. I do like this, and let's call that. We can leave it as temp because it's literally just being used as a temporary variable, so that's fine. Okay. Okay, so now we've got the ATAN index, which we can use to grab deltas. So what we're going to do with the deltas is the deltas are never going to be more than the they're never going to be more than this aim radius here. So what we need to do is we need to multiply this so that it becomes a bit bigger. Otherwise, it's going to be the bullets are going to move way, way, way too slow. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to take this value from the ATAN things. So we'll do it one side at a time. We've got about 5 minutes left. We should be enough time to get this move. Well, at least stored. We'll know where to carry on anyway. It'll be fine. We can just make sure that this will flash the board when this happens, and we'll be enough. Okay, so we've got the ATAN index. We're going to transfer that to the Y again, and then we're going to grab ATAN to table X, comma Y. So now we've got an X value, and we're going to multiply this by 4. And we're going to store that at now these are going to move quite slowly to begin with, because it's only going to be updating fractional values. But what we'll do is we'll increase this further. But we can definitely times by 4 without incrementing the upper value. We're going to play it. We're going to play it in a few minutes. Just going to get this bit right. I'm going to put a little comment in here now. Update bullet deltas. So the only other thing we need to do here is we need to do the same inverting of the values as well. So I'm going to put a to-do in here to remind me next time. So at the moment we're just doing that one quadrant, so we need to still do the same thing where we invert the values if certain values are negative or not. We could even store, instead of storing the index, we could even store those values in the table. So we'll come back to this anyway, but I think this idea will work like this, or close to this anyway. So then we need to do the same. We don't need that. Just do that. Y, we'll do the same with delta Y, right? And basically that's going to be it for adding shooting a bullet in here. So this is going to increment the active count. It's going to make sure we add the sprite into the next location, and it's going to add the details we need into it. So I think what we will probably do is we'll probably change from an ATAN index into basically the actual vectors. So we don't have to do the inverting ourselves. We can do that automatically by just taking the values that we generate in the aim and storing those. So if it's negative, it stores a negative value and so on. So then all we need is we need a bullet update. So shoot turret should be fine. Let's just put an increment border in here. An RTS. So I think what we'll see is we should see the border change to red if this has worked. It will go white and then red very quickly, which just means it spawned 2 bullets. And if that works, then I'm going to go and put Jackbox on for now. But I'm feeling really rough. My throat is going as well. I think the air is a lot drier here as well. I find it hard to talk for so long. I think I'm talking louder as well because I don't have my headphone in. I don't have. When I got my headphone in, I'm very conscious of how loud I'm talking because I know that I'm not hearing it fully. So I tend to lower my voice a little bit. So there you go. The screen has gone red. And the reason it's gone red is because it thinks it spawned 2 bullets. 2 bullets have been added. It can't add any more in. The timers can't tick down anymore. The timers actually can't do anything because they're at 0 anyway. So this seems to be right. I'm just going to do one more thing, which is I'm going to, just to demonstrate that this is working, I am going to change the turret timing slightly. So instead of having them reset at the beginning, which is, where was it? There was a reset here. Oh no, there isn't one in here. Oh, there should be one here. I'm going to do it and comment it out. So there should be data dot shoot. Say that should be reset as well. Also, that should be comma y. These should all be comma y. Oh, that's quite bad. Oh no, that should be in here, shouldn't it? Yeah, that should be. Yeah, so that should kind of be here like that. Well, I'm just going to turn that off for a second, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these timers in myself just to test it out. So there are 4 turrets, but 10 maximum, but there's 4 on this screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put turrets at 80 and D0, and then I'm going to do. Actually, I can just do that in front of it like that. Should be enough. Just delete them. So this just means that when I go out on the screen, it's not going to immediately go red. It's going to go white after about 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds, and then it will go red after another second. It will just confirm that the code is behaving how I want it to behave. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't as much progress as I wanted to make tonight, but at least we did get the aiming working. I think that was the difficult bit, getting that bit to work and to feel solid. Oh, that was actually quite quick. That was a bit too quick, actually. Did I actually build right? Just quickly look at that, because it felt like that happened straight away. 80D0, and that shouldn't be that quick. Update, so it should shoot the turret. So shoot the turret comes in here, checks the time. If it's equal to 0, it comes to here. Otherwise, it subtracts 1 from it, stores it back again. It's because the other 2 were on 0. Okay. So, so actually, that behaved exactly how it should have behaved. It was me not understanding not thinking about the data properly. So it actually behaved correctly because there's 4 turrets, and I only supplied a time for 2 of them. The next 2 were 0, so the next 2 fired straight away. So I needed to add 2 more in that were a bit longer than that one. So it actually behaved correctly. It's just me not thinking about it properly. Oh, God, I feel rough, man. Fucking hell. It'd be nice to actually not talk for a bit and just let the game do the talking. Oh, it still failed, though. All right, I'm not going to worry about it. There's something to look at next time, but we definitely have some kind of working code, even if it's not exactly right. So I'm going to leave that there then for now. We're going to move on to Jackbox. So I'm going to let Tomb Raider play out. I wouldn't add any more SIDs because I am going to pause this. Oh, I can't pause the SID music. Interesting. An interesting turn of events. Oh, I can turn the overlay sounds down. So I will turn the overlay sounds down in a minute. I'm going to go for a quick break. I'll turn the overlay sounds down when I come back. So listen won't work. Well, it will work, but you won't be able to hear it. Also means I won't hear alerts as well. So I'll just have to keep an eye out for the alerts. No, it's fine. I want to play Jackbox. I'm in the mood for playing it. It'll be a bit good wind down for me, I think. Good night, Nicomo. Thanks for joining. See you again on Tuesday or whenever. I'm kind of feeling like I might not stream on Tuesday, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm enjoying getting this stuff done, so it's pretty good. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Just going to for a quick wee, and then we'll play some Jackbox. Be right back.